Hello, everyone, and welcome to this full course of AI automation with N8N. I'm very happy that you are here, and let's dive right in. Now, just to give you a bit of background, I started AI automation a couple of years ago, back when Make was the only AI automation tool out there. Before it was called Integromat, and then they renamed it to Make.com. So I started my path from there, and the main reason that I got into AI automation was because I was always amazed at coding, and I couldn't code myself because I found it very technical. I found that there's a huge barrier towards coding and programming. So with the emergence of Make.com and the no code movement, I got attracted to it basically because I wanted to save more of my time. I'm a main believer of if you if you reduce the time in your day where you spend on repetitive tasks, on tasks that are not non-creative tasks, then you would leave less and less time for you to relax, spend time with your family, and spend the rest of the time on taking important decisions and doing actual work that matters. And everything else can be automated. So this will shrink down all the time that you spend daily on things that you wouldn't want to spend time on. Plus, automation can enhance our lives, can make our lives can make our life richer, and can make our life better. So, in case you don't know what automation is, automation comes from the term of automatic. So anything that runs on its own, anything that runs on a series of action on its own. For example, if you have a smart home system where when you come into the room, the light switch is on. So this is all automated, right? And you can have lots and lots of other workflow inside of your daily life. For example, every time you get an email, you have an autoresponder. Every time someone sends you a message, something happens. So this is all automation that reduces the time that we need to be there. And the main reason is if you have an automation running, it basically runs 24 hours. And we as humans, you need to sleep, you need to eat, you need to work. So you're not always present, but your automation, your AI automation is always present and it's always running. And this is the power that we have with AI automation. So today I will go through lots and lots of topics. So the expectation is if you go through this whole full course, and at the end, and with each section, you actually do the workflows that I'm doing. You replicate, because the one thing is to watch, and the other thing, and the 80% of it is to practice, because practice and making mistakes makes you learn quite faster and makes you learn quite deeper. So try to make mistakes, replicate what I'm doing, test on your own. This is how you'll learn. Just watching tutorials is just 20 to 30% of it. The rest is actually practicing and doing. And this is why it's very important to always have your N8N instance running. And as you watch these lessons, try to experiment, pause and experiment, pause and experiment. All right. So to start, let's start from scratch. Okay, I'm going to start from scratch here. So I go to the website called n8n.io. And when I get into the website, and this is the website, so this is a new website they released a couple of months ago. It looks awesome, to be honest. It's very, very well built. So what I want to do is go to get started. So this is our registration page here. What we want to do is start with our name. So we write our name, and then we can write the email. I'm going to go with my email here. Then we set up password. Pretty straightforward. And then once we're done, we can see is we have 14 days trials, and I think this is great for you to test your things out. Okay, so this is the cloud version of N8N. Okay, as you can see here, N8N Cloud. Now there's another version of N8N which is self-host, and the self-hosted version, in case you don't know, I'll explain it a little bit. A self-hosted version is you're hosting N8N. So basically, you're the server. And in case you don't know what a server is just a computer that is available online. So you'll be using your own computer as a server for N8N. So you'll be installing N8N on your computer via Docker, for example, and then you can host your N8N on your computer. Now, this has advantages and disadvantages. One of the disadvantages for me is that I always need to have my computer running so my automations keep running. For example, I have several automations that run every day, and these automation cannot be I cannot afford for them to stop, right? And if my computer turns off for any reason, all of my automations that are making me money, that clients are depending on it, will stop. And this is one of the reasons that I always opt in for a cloud version, because one of those reasons, and the critical one, is I don't want to be dependent on my computer. Now, there's a lot of other options for cloud. You can go for N8N cloud version on the actual N8N website, but you can always host it on other sites like Railway, like Hostinger, whatever you want, whatever works for you. I think N8N provide a very good way for me to work, and also makes it easier once you start setting up APIs, especially with Google APIs. The cloud version makes the whole thing very, very easy. So let's go ahead and click Start Free Trial. Okay, so they will onboard us now with a couple of questions. So you can just answer those however you want. So let's just answer these. These are just onboarding, I think, for their data to know. So here it's prompting me to invite other team members to the workspace. I'll skip for that. In case you have a team, you can invite your team members there. Here's a quick start video, and then they are setting up our workspace. It should be up and running very soon. So now it's ready. Let's click Start Automating. As you can see, now we have our space. It's now loading. There you go. So this is the first page you will see. So let's go through this page bit by bit, okay? It's very simple. So first, this bar is there for you to tell you that you're on trial for 14 days, for 14 days, and you have 0 out of 1,000 executions. Now, an execution is when a workflow runs once, okay? No matter how the amount of nodes that exist in that workflow, even if it has 1,000 nodes, a run of that workflow is when the 1,000 node runs. So that's one time. Now, if you compare this to Make.com, they charge per node run. So if you have 1,000 node inside of a blueprint, so that's 1,000 credit. Okay. So this is we can turn this off, and then we can start here with a production execution. So what a production execution is when you run your automation not within the automation. So for example, if I'm testing an automation and I'm building it, that doesn't count as a production execution. That's your testing, okay? But when you turn on your automation and it runs on its own, that's start counting for your production executions. So here the failed execution, failure rate, and some of the other values here. Here, this orange button is where you create a workflow or create a credential. You can create a workflow from here as well. And here on the side, we have the admin panel, which is the panel where you see your instance. You can upgrade. You have how many executions you use so far. And we have also settings here that you can go through if you want. So let's go back. So here we have the 3 dots, and we go to settings. So some of the important settings here are, so this is your security here, your password, and this is also your community nodes that you have running. Okay, so let's go back. Hide this. So let's go back and let's go back here. So here we have projects. So inside of N8N, you have projects and you have folders. Okay. Now we have here personal, but you can add a specific project here. So it created the project. Let's call it for daily tasks, for example. You can describe and you can add members as well. Let's save it. There you go. We call daily tasks here. And now I can click this button and I can create a folder here. Called morning tasks, for example. And here you will see there's a folder inside of daily tasks called morning tasks. And then here you can create your workflow. Okay, so let's create a workflow from this button or this button, both work. So now I am inside of the workflow, and this is the first node, which is the first step, which is what we call a trigger. So first, let's rename our workflow let's call it morning reminders, for example. So rename it, clicked enter, and here we can give it a tag, for example, like morning, create a tag. Then here you can manage your tags. Here you can delete or edit. And here's the breadcrumbs, like how you got here, the project name, then folder name, and then the workflow. So here is the toggle where you toggle your workflow on. As I mentioned before, once you toggle this, every execution that runs on its own will be counted as a production execution. Next to it is the history. So in case you have a long history of the file and you want to revert, you can always click and revert here. You can clone, you can even download, but you can also download the current version from here, from these three dots. You can download. Now everything in N8N is based on JSON. What that means, and I'll explain what JSON is in the next lessons. But basically what this means, you can download this workflow once you've built it, you can import it back, and you can share it with others of your friends. You can even sell it if you wish. Now here you can also rename, and you can have settings here. These are important. One of the most important ones are the error workflow and the time zone, which we'll get back to at a later time. So here we have the editor, where we create and edit our workflows. And here we have the executions. This tells us how many times it executed, and we can also select the executions. In case we have an error in a past execution, we can select it and we can see where the error happened. Okay, and then here we can start with a first step. But before starting with the first step, let's go in here. So this fits the zoom fit. This is the zoom fit on the node that you have selected. This is zoom in, zoom out. You can always use the middle mouse wheel to do that as well. Or if you're on a Mac, you can just pinch in and pinch out. You can always also reset the zoom in case you're very in and you want to reset. And also this cute little awesome button, which is tidy up. In case you have a lot of nodes and you want to clean them up, you can just click tidy up. Now here on the side, we have the plus. So here we get the window where we can add nodes. It's the same thing as clicking here. We have here also sticky notes. So this is important if you have a big workflow, or if you're handing your workflow to someone and you want to annotate everything, you can use the note. And also we have AI assistants in case you need anything to ask. So again, this is our first node. As we said, it's called the trigger node, and we can always save our workflow here, but it will automatically save as you go unless you quit suddenly and it happens all of a sudden. Then you need to save. You can always hit Command S or Control S to save if you're on Windows. All right, so I think I've went through everything, the interface so far. This is also if you want to create a workflow, you can. And if you want to create a credential, so what credentials are your login, your API keys, and we'll go through that in the HTTP lessons about credentials. Okay, so let's start with triggers. Now, triggers are very important as they are the first step in your workflows. So we're gonna check out what types of triggers we can make and explain more about that. And let's start with clicking this orange button in the top right. It says create workflow. So here we have add your first step. So this is exactly what a trigger is. A trigger is a first step. So if I click on this, it tells me what triggers this workflow. So what starts this workflow? So always keep in mind that a trigger is a way that starts your automation. You need a way to start the automation, whether it's manual, whether it's from an external source, whether it's on schedule, chat, form, whatever that is. And today we're going to go over those. So let's start with the first one. So trigger manually, what this does is runs the workflow on clicking a button in N8N. Good for getting started quickly. Perfect. So if we click on that, we'll see this. Now, a trigger always has these round corners on the left side. So this tells you that this is how it starts. And you can see it doesn't have a connector. This is a connector. It doesn't have a connector on this side. It has a lightning bolt. So this means that it's a trigger, okay? So when clicking test workflow, so when you click this button, test workflow, or this button, the workflow will run. And you will see this green check mark and one item that means that this has started. Okay. Now, this type of trigger, a manual trigger, you cannot activate your workflow with a manual trigger. The reason why is that a manual trigger needs to be triggered like manually, as the word says. So you need to click a button for it to start. So this is why you cannot activate it. Okay. So that being said, the manual trigger is a very good way for you to test your workflow. So you can have multiple triggers inside of your workflow. And usually I usually have one manual and the other types of triggers in my workflow. And I use the manual if I ever want to test the workflow or test a node by itself. I can just connect it to that and we'll be done. Okay. So this is the manual trigger. Now the trigger has the start button, the activate and deactivate, the delete button, and you can rename, you can duplicate, and you can test. Okay. So I'm going to tidy up the workflow. So this is the manual. Let's check out what other types of triggers. Now, if I click plus now here, it doesn't show me the triggers because I already have a trigger. But there is on the bottom of this menu, there's this add another trigger. So you can add multiple triggers. So the first one is the trigger manually. Okay. Now, there's on app event. I will skip this one, get back to it in a second. There's on schedule. So the on schedule one, as you can see, it has a stopwatch and has the same looks of a trigger, but has a stopwatch. So what this does is it's just running on schedule. So if you double click on it, you'll have these rules. So you can have seconds run each 30 seconds, each 30 minutes, each 30 days. You can each 1 week, each 1 month, each 12 months. So that's a year. So you can do whatever you want. You can add several rules as well. But the cool thing and the thing that I use most is the custom. I don't like to use these things a lot. I like to use the custom. And the custom is using a cron expression. So what is the cron expression before you get scared and close this video? The cron expression is an easy one to do. Why is it easy? Because I don't know, I don't understand it. I go here and I click ChatGPT and I enter here and I tell it, hey, can you write me a cron expression that runs an automation every day at 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. There you go. We wrote the command. ChatGPT is now thinking. I don't think it likes it that I'm not logged in, but let's wait and see what it gives us. There you go. It gave us exactly what we need to copy. Then we go back here and then we paste, and that's it. That's it. That's what you need to do. You don't need to understand how all of this work. Of course you can, but the why I use cron is it's much more flexible in terms of I can just say what I want and ChatGPT gives me the expression, and it's more reliable. I've tested the other ones and sometimes they don't trigger. Sometimes, not all the time. And the cron one always works. So this is why I use the cron one. Okay, so this is the schedule trigger. Let's check out what other triggers we have. So we have on webhook. So we went through this before. The webhook is, I have a lesson on that, and I go into that deeply in the course. But yeah, the webhook is a way to run your workflow externally. Okay, so you have this URL, you can trigger it from anywhere, from any website, from even from your cell phone, just by going to this URL. You can trigger your workflow. Of course, you use the production URL. Once you activate, you need to use the production and not the test one. Okay. Webhook is extremely important, is extremely powerful. It runs most of my workflow. I either use the schedule or the webhook mostly. Okay. Now let's see what else do we have. So we have on form submission. So once we have that, once we click on that, so we can rename our title. Welcome, for example, description. And then we can specify what fields do we want. First name, element text, placeholder. So let's say name. Okay. Put your name here. Put it as a required field. Respond is workflow finishes, or yeah, when do you want to this response? So as soon as this node receives the form submission, or when the last node of the workflow is executed. Yeah, we can keep things as is. And if we go ahead and we test the workflow, there you go. It opens up a browser window. This is test version of your site. Jack, submit, form submitted. And then you have here, if you click on that, you have here your data. Okay. You can put as many form fields as you want. You have text, date, drop down, file, password, text area, so many things that you can do. Of course, you can use Google Forms and you can use whatever other ways you want, or like even a form on your website. You can use that, but this is good for testing purposes. Now, be careful also if you use the test URL, the production URL. Once you activate your automation, always use the production one. All right. So this is the form. Let's add another one. So we add another trigger. So execute on from another workflow. Okay. So here is you define that this is how if you're in the case where you want another workflow to trigger this, okay? So if you have another workflow that is very big and you want to break it into pieces, you can do this. You can say, okay, this will be executed by another workflow, and here you can put the input data, okay? You can define the inputs, or you can put a JSON, okay? Or accept all data. So whatever data that comes will be here, okay? So let's save this and let's name this triggers. Okay. Let's now go ahead and so let's chat is a very famous one. So usually you use this chat one whenever you do an AI agent. So you open the chat and then you can have the chat. Hello there. Bam. So it got submitted. And here you can see session ID, the action, and the chat input. So this is majorly used whenever you're creating AI agents. Okay. So yeah, now there are other ways as well. You can an error trigger, we handled that as well. You can have an email trigger, but first you need to this is a good one. You need to first connect your email address using the IMAP. So you should have your own email, specific email. You can use Gmail, but this is more for specific business emails. Okay. Now I wanted to go over the triggers that are on app. So these are the triggers that relates to certain apps. For example, if we go to Google Sheets, Google Sheet has three triggers, okay? Unrow add, unrow update, unrow added or updated. So this triggers whenever there's a new row updated, okay? And of course, every app you might find that it has triggers, right? If you go to Airtable and let's see if it has a trigger on your Airtable event. So every app, for example, might have a trigger associated with that you can start with, okay? So in terms of which ones I use the most, as I mentioned before, I mainly use the schedule, the webhook for most of my workflows. Whenever the automation is quite big, I use execute by another workflow. And then, yeah, I just wanted you to check out this one. So this gets triggered by one of these nodes in another workflow. Like in another workflow, you can choose your workflow, right? In another workflow, you would have this and it would point to this triggers in N8N, okay? Probably I'm not going to find it now because I need to refresh. But all of your workflows are here and you just need this to be in another workflow and point to this one. Then whenever in another workflow you reach this node, it activates, then this workflow runs, okay? Let me just test that for you guys to see. I'm going to refresh. I'm going to create a sample workflow here. Let's do a manual one. But first I need to, let's figure manually, add an edit fields. This to have a variable. Then we can trigger the workflow. And then yeah, see, you can find your workflow here. Yes, consume all data, run once, and then this we don't need. This would wait for the sub workflow. This would wait for the sub workflow to finish before it completes. Okay, but in this case, we don't need that. Yes, everything looks good from here. So let's save. And if we go, to our triggers workflow and delete all these. Okay, then let's say test workflow. Let's run this. Bam, it ran. And let's test this. Let's see what data. Yeah, I just need to see the executions, I think. Let's run this again. There you go. Now we have our data that is executed from this one. We sent the name Jack, and then it just accepted it. Okay, and we received it. This is just for you guys. I wanted you guys to see how this would work. All right, so we went through a lot of triggers today. Of course, there's a lot more because they're tied to the app per app basis. So a lot of the apps that are included inside of N8N might have triggers. You can use that as well, app specific triggers. But the general triggers that you would use are those ones here. If I move these here, yeah, those one here are the general ones that you could use and utilize in your workflow. Okay, triggers are very important. They're the step one of your workflow. They are crucial to starting your workflow. They're crucial to testing your workflows and automations. So now we are here in the cloud version. So if I go and just start with a trigger, which is the first step, and then I'm going to go over Sheets. So try with Google Sheets first, and then let's get rows. Okay. So here I'm going to click on the credentials and create new credentials. And here you see two buttons, one service account and then one OAuth. And what we want is the OAuth one. And it's pretty simple. You just need to sign in with Google. If you press that button, a new pop-up will show. It's not showing on this screen, but on the other screen. But this one, you just need to choose what email that you want. So you basically choose the email and then select all to give access and then continue. And that's basically it. This is basically it. Now you connect it. So on the cloud version, it's pretty easy. It's basically just a sign in, okay? And that's all you need to do. Now, let's go over to the self-hosted one and let's add a trigger. And then I'm gonna do the same thing, Sheets. And then I'm gonna get rows. And then I'm gonna add new account. And here, as you can see, it's totally different, right? you have all of these fields to fill up, and these can be overwhelming. Okay. But first, what you need to do is go to Google Search Console, Google console.cloud.google. That's where you need to go. And then you need to, let's head over to that. I'm going to close this one. I'm going to close this one. So once you go to console.cloud.google, you need to agree on the terms of use here, and then agree and continue. Once you do that, you'll have this set up. So first, what you need to do is go over to API and services. We need to set up a couple of things first. So let's go to OAuth consent screen. So I need to create a project. So that project, we'll call it N8N. And then, yeah, N8N, let's say project. So we'll create that. There you go. It finished. So let's get started by setting up our OAuth. So app name, let's call it N8N. The support email, let's choose our email next. So internal or external, I don't think it matters a lot. Let's choose external for now. And then let's choose the same email. Click continue and finish. Then create. So OAuth configuration created. Okay, so let's create our OAuth client. So application type, web application, of course, can leave the name as is. So the redirect URL is important. So we're going to have to go back here. This is the redirect URL that you need. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to add URL and then move this. Okay, so we added our URL and everything is good. So hit create. So it gives us our client ID. So that is needed here. So let's search for client ID. We'll put that here. Click OK. So let's go here and edit this. And we need our client secret from here. So we'll copy that and we'll head over here, paste our client secret here. So let's go back here. Now what we need to do in addition is to enable the APIs. So let's go over to here. Yeah, APIs. So enable APIs and services. So we're going to search for Sheet. So Google Sheet. And then basically we need to enable this. Okay, you need to do it for all of the Google products that you need. So it says it's enabled. All right, so now we have everything ready. Let's go back here, see what is left for us to fill. So we need the authorization URL. So I think that is this bit. Sorry. And we need the URL token, which is this one. Okay, so we have everything here set up. You can click save. So credentials has been saved. Let us try to sign in. So it's going to open up a pop-up and then we'll select the same account. And I think that should be it. We're done. So let's close this up, and I think we're done. Yep. So we have done both the, sorry. Okay. Connected. Okay. So we have done both the cloud version, and as you saw, the cloud version is quite easy. You only need to just sign in, as you can see, as you saw. And in the self-hosted version, it's much more complicated with all these fields that you need to create. So that was in a nutshell. Now, if you need to do, for example, other products like Google Drive, you only need to enable the Google Drive API. So Google Drive here, and do the same thing. Like, for example, create a folder, and then you need to add your Google Drive. As you can see, it's the same accounts, but you only need to come here, and in the API and services, if you go back, and you need to enable Google Drive, right? Because we only enabled Google Sheets, we need to also enable, so Google Drive API, you need to enable that. And once that is enabled, you just need to set up everything exactly as we did before. The same thing, everything is the same. You only need to log in at the end after you put everything. Create workflow on the top right. All right, so let's go ahead and start with a manual trigger. This means that with this one, it only gets activated with the test button. It cannot get activated with this toggle here. Okay? So with that done, let's go ahead and start by adding a new variable. We'll use the edit fields, which is a great node. We start with a variable here. Let's name it date. Okay. So in here we will start working. So in N8N, there's a way to get the current date and time. Just like in Make, if you're coming from Make, or if you know Make, there's this now tag that you could use. In N8N, there's that as well. So I'll switch to expression. Now we'll put double quotes, and then I will see this now thing is in the second row. So a date time representing the current moment. Okay, it will take the workflow times. So this is very important, because if we go here and we go to let me save this first. And then if you go to settings, here you will see this is the date and time. And this is the date and time that this workflow will trigger on, will work on, and will also, this will be based on that. Okay. So if we say now, it will tell us, okay, well, if you want now, this is the date and time. Okay, based on the time zone that I've chosen before. So this is a very long string of text, which is date and time. But what if we want to have a version of this that we could actually use? Okay. To do that, we'll access the properties of this date and time using the dot. Once we click dot, we will see now all of the things that we can do to this date and time. Okay. And one of the most important ones, I will cover the top three because this is the most important ones. So format, if I click format, this tells me, okay, with the format, you can change how it's presented. Okay, let's try that. Let's try date and then month and then year. Okay, so let's start day, month, and then year. We need to put it in quotes, I think. There you go. So date, month, and year. This formats the whole string that we saw before in a much readable way. Now we can do it differently. You can add this, you can add a dash, you can add a dot, you can do whatever you want, okay? You can add a year with the 2 digits as well. So you can format the date however you would like. Now let's try saying HH, like for hours, and then for minutes. Then it gives us the time, okay? If we do SS, it doesn't work. Let's see if it does give us. Okay. So it gives us the hours and the minutes, okay? So this is very important, okay? This is how you would format your. There's also this guide if you want to go, if you want to delve deep inside this. There you go. So this is the guide here. There's minutes, there's hours, right? If you want it based on the 24 hours, or if you want it on the 12 hours, let's try this 24 with double H. Yeah, this is the based on the 24. If we did this, okay, and then what we have. Let's see. Yeah, we can do the seconds, the milliseconds as well. We can do whatever we want. Okay, so this is with the format. You can format whatever. If you only want the time, you can only have the time as well. So this is very powerful in order to transform your time and date in whatever format you want. But be careful, because now as you format, this is now a string, okay? So be careful that you're dealing with a string. Now, that being said, let's go ahead and investigate the minus, okay? If we do the minus, it takes the number, and then what do you want to minus? So let's remove 3 and let's go for days. So if we remove 3, then we are at 23, okay? So let's say if we want to format first, okay? So now we format it. So once we format this, now it turns into a string, as I said before. So let's try to say minus first. Okay. So now that we first did the minus, right? First we did the minus and then we did the format, because once we do the minus, it's still in the date way. But if we did the format, it immediately turns it to a string, and then we can no longer use the dot minus and the settings of the date, okay? All the options of the date. So first we do the minus and then we do them. Now let's say if we want to say months, there you go. Now we reduced the month by 3, and so on and so forth. Okay. And there's also something called plus. So plus does exactly the opposite of what we just went through with the minus. So plus adds So always remember that if you want to add, you start with how many you want to add, and then you would specify what you want to add. You want to add days, you want to add months, you want to add years, you can do whatever you want. And then after that, you do the format. So remember, always remember that once you use the format, it immediately turns it into a string. And if it is a string, you can no longer use all of these properties of the date. Okay? So keep your format at the end if you want to adjust on the actual how the date looks like. Okay? And yeah, keep it at the end. So at the end, you can turn it into a string. So this is basically in a nutshell how you can use the most. These three are the most ones that I use: the format, the minus, and the plus. Of course, there are others. You can investigate them, but these are the most important ones to use. I just wanted you guys to know more about them and you start incorporating them because I use them a lot in my automations. All right, now that we went through how to use the function and all the properties of some of the properties of the now for the date, there is also a node called date. Yes, so there is this node called date. Now all of these, whatever you choose, you're gonna end up with the same node. Okay, so let's choose the format date. Now this format date works exactly as I showed you before in the format option. So here we can input the date. So we'll put now, and then I can just choose whatever format I want from these, and I can choose my custom format here as well. Let's choose, for example, this one, and if we test, we'll have this format. Okay. Now you can choose this formatted date. You can change the name of that so that it is my date. Okay. Now this is format. You can extract part of the date. So if you only want the day, for example, you can test and then it will just give you the day. And if you want the hour, the second, whatever you want, the year as well, it would extract the date, the year from that. Okay. So get current date is basically the now that this is, it tells you that it's using this. So you can get time between. So you start date and end date and how many days you want to get. So this is interesting. You can round. So if we say round, you can round based on month. So if we choose now, and if we round to month, round down, so it will be the first exactly. If we round up, then it would be the first of the next month. And you can also subtract. So the add and subtract are the same. You can see, okay, I want to add, for example, I want to add days. How many days? I want to add 4 days, and then you test, and then it adds 4 days. So this is a node by itself for the time and for the date and time that you can use and incorporate also in your workflow. If you feel like it's much easier to use this, you can use this as well. Let's start by clicking on this plus icon and searching for the edit. Now in make.com, this type of node was called set variable or set variables. Okay. But inside of make, it's not set, it's edit. So when I switched to N8N, I was like, okay, where's the variable? I was searching for variables. Where's the variable node? How can I create a variable? But it's a bit different in N8N. Okay, so it's edit, and you can find it in here. If you click on data transformation, you'll find it here. Okay. So once you click on it, you'll see it added here. So this is with the pen icon. So this is the edit fields. Now let's go ahead and double click on it. We're now inside of the node. what do we need to put in mind? First, you can rename the field from here. So you can rename it here. If you're using a complex workflow, it's very important that you name each node so you understand each node what it does. So just put a descriptive name for it. Now, in mode, now we're on in a manual mode. So in a manual mode, so manual mapping, this means that I get to create here. So fields to set. So field to set means fields to create, but use the word set, okay? So let's click on this. Once we click on it, this creates this part for us with a name, type, and a value, okay? Name, type, and value. So the name is the name of our variable. Let's say var1, okay? Now here we can use the you can choose the type of the variable. Now there are several types of variables, and don't be scared if you. I'm not a developer. I'm not a programmer. I'm very far away from that. But just these are the basic stuff. I go over these in my course that I just mentioned for you to understand these basics and what they do. Okay, because it's very important to understand the types of variables that you can have. So let's start with a string, and a string is basically, as you can see here with the A, it's a text. Let's name it Jack. Okay. So what do we have now? We already have something going on. We have the name of the variable and the value of it and its type. So if we say test, there you go. So now, as we can see here in the output, we have the variable called var1 and its value is Jack. Now this is the table. Now if you switch to JSON, which is a scary view, but don't worry. So the JSON is here. You can see also the name of the variable and the value. Now you can say here name, like first name. And then you say first name is Jack. Perfect. Okay, so now we have a string going on, which is a text. Let's go ahead and add a number. So let's say A. And for the number, as you can see here, it immediately puts 0 because it's a number. Let's go for 43. And if we test now you can see there's first name Jack and age. You see it in the green, it's 43. You don't see it in double quotes because it's not a text, okay? Keep that in mind. Okay, let's add another one. Let's go for Boolean. Let's say employed. So it's either employed or unemployed. So either true or false, or either yes or no, either 0 and 1. That's what Boolean is. So you have two options, true or false. If you test, so true, perfect. So this one is a bit more complex, which is an array. So an array is a list of things, right? It's a list of things. Imagine a briefcase and you put things in it, and those things inside of that briefcase is an array. Now let's create the array. So we have the array type. Now we have to name it. So let's name this one skills. Okay. So this will be a list of skills that this user has, for example. Okay. So to do that, we have to go into expression mode. So switch from fixed to expression. And then we can create our array. Now, don't be scared. Usually, you don't have to create your array. You can, it's either passed to you from the previous nodes, or you kind of create with a split function. Okay, so let us create our array. So the array, you start with these brackets, and once you put those two, it says array. Okay, so let's start with quotes. Let's say boxing, swimming, reading, for example. So as you can see, as I explained, this array is a briefcase, and imagine this briefcase is within between these brackets, okay? And inside there's multiple things, okay? Now I have the skills here. Now if I test now, as you can see here, skills, it contains 1, 2, 3. It contains 3 items. So that's what an array is, okay? Now, let's go over an object. So an object is a bit more complex than an array, but there's a slight difference, okay? Let's say, for example, family, okay? And here we want to, let's go switch to expression. Here we want to state the number of like the kids that this person has, okay? And as soon as I create this bracket here, this type of bracket, it says object, okay? So let's start first name. Lily. So that's the daughter. That's her. That's daughter's name. Okay. And then what we could do, last name, for example. Let's see, Leon. Okay. So now we have an object with first name. So the name of the value. So that's the difference between arrays and object. There's key value pairs. Okay. If we test here, you can see here now we have a family here. It contains 2 items, first name and last name. Now, if you see here, if you look in a little bit deep, as you see here, this one looks a little bit like this one, right? Because a JSON is actually an object. So all of these variables are inside an object themselves. So this is an object, and we created and we nested in another object inside of it, okay? So these are the main type. Of course, if you want to go deep in those, I go over them in depth in my course. But these are the main types, okay? Now, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy all like this JSON. Now, we created these items in here, and you can see them in schema. So this schema view is how you usually see make does, right? How usually make creates things. Before I go into the JSON mode, I want to just show you if we create another edit fields here. Now, I can click and drag from here. So I can, for example, drag the first name, and it will make up a field, and its first name is Jack. And if I drag the age, it will immediately know, okay, age is a number, and it will go ahead and create the connections for that, okay? Now, I don't like to use this JSON way, because the JSON way means that it takes from whatever the previous input. So whatever the previous input is, it takes from it. And once you create your workflows and you expand, you usually run into issues if you use JSON. So what I like to use, and what is very beneficial to keep it a habit, is go with the node name. And this is why I said name your fields. So earlier node is edit fields. As you can see now, it's the name of the node. It's not JSON anymore. It refers to this exact node, right? And then I can put item and then JSON, and then dot, and I could choose what was the first name. Okay. Now this type of selection, now I can have it wherever I want in my scenario, as long as it's connected. I can immediately refer to this edit fields, right? I'm not referring to whatever comes before it. Okay, so let me go back here and go to JSON view as we said. Now, if we choose to JSON mode, here you can see, oh, okay, it created this. I'm just going to disconnect this. It created this JSON. Now I can write in JSON. If we test just as is, as you can see, that's a JSON. So what if I paste exactly what we had before? Because what we had before is a JSON, right? If we test now, There you go. We got our output as we had before. So you have two modes in here. You have manual, where you can build your variables with switches and buttons and easier. And we have JSON. If you already have the JSON from a different external source or whatever, you can have that as well. All right, so this was the edit fields node. This is the most essential node that you'll use in all of your workflows. So there's no possible way that you'll have a workflow that might not have the edit fields. It's quite a powerful node. It's much more powerful than the set variable or set variables node in Make. I encourage you to use this node moving forward. So let us first get some data. So I am going to go to my Google Sheets and then get rows. Okay. And then I am going to go to this one, which is like a sample sales sheet. And I'm going to grab the ID from here. So this is the ID of the sheet. Okay. I'm going to grab it. I'm going to say select by ID. I'm going to select this one. And then I'm going to select sheet 1. Okay. So if we click test here, so we can see all of the rows that are fetched, 17 rows. Because we didn't put any filters here, it just grabs all the rows, which is exactly what we need. Now, I'm going to quickly jump into Make just to explain the thing. So in Make, it's very simple, right? You can create a node here. For example, let's do set variables, for example, and then let's do another one here. Set variable. Okay. So filters in Make are pretty simple, right? You see this wrench button, you click on it, set up a filter. This is how filters work in Make. It's this line where you name the filter, you put the condition, and you put if it's text or number or whatever, and you put the condition, right? That's how filters work in Make. And it's simple. And when I started with Make, I went here and I started clicking on this line, and it didn't work. I mean, I was like, okay, how do I put filters? I mean, I want to put filters here. I was tied up with this notion that the filter is going to be on this line just because I'm coming from Make, okay? But in N8N, it's quite different. In N8N, the filters is a node on itself, right? You can search for a filter and you can see this is the filter node. So this is the filter node. So a filter in N8N is a node on its own. You don't put it on the line. You don't use it. You don't put it like here there's no range. There's no, if you put a condition here, it will show up here. No. In here in N8N, it's a node on its own. Now, since we have the node now here, let's go ahead and see it. So the node is pretty similar to Make. So you have a condition here, and you have if it's the type of variable, right? And the conditions change based on this type of variable. And what do you need it to be? Okay. So here we can see here from our Google Sheets, we have the source, which is a text. You see this A, that means it's a string. So it's a text. And you see this hash, that means it's a number. Okay. And we have the rest are as strings as well. So let's say I want to grab all of the amounts. See how I clicked and drag here? Okay. I want to grab all the amounts that are, since it's a numbers, and I can click on the number one that are, and it's different here because here it's different because of stacks, and here it's different because of numbers. So in number, we'll get things like greater than, less than. Okay. So if I say is greater than, let's say 5, or let's say 10. Okay. So I want to grab everything that is greater than 10. Test. So here we get 13 out of 17. Okay, let's see if we want to get 20, test. We get 10. So as you can see, the numbers here, it's grabbing only the things that are above than 20. And it's not equal because there's something here, I think, greater than or equal. Okay. So this is filtered. Like this is in a nutshell. We got 17, and the incoming is 17 and the output is only 10. So we're already filtering. Okay, we're already filtering. Now let's say let's remove this and delete this, and I want to put this source here. So the source, and now this is a source, so this is text, so I have to select the string. Okay, so what I want is the string to, if it contains Amazon. Okay, now if you have capital letters and you don't know exactly if it's capital or not, just you can easily put here dot to lowercase, then it will lowercase everything that is in here. Okay, then in here you can just put Amazon, and then let's test. So we got back 4 and 13 are discarded. Okay, and as you can see here, there's kept and discarded, right? There's kept and discarded. Only what's kept gets moved to the next node. Okay, only what's kept. Discarded, these don't continue. Okay. Okay, so in the string we have if it exists, if it does not exist, if it's empty, if it starts with, if it ends with, and you can even put a regex here. You can put a regular expression in here, just like in make. Okay, and in the date, now I don't have a date here, but if you have, because the date here is set up as a string, not as a date, so make sure it's date. So if you have a date, then you can put before or after. If you have a boolean, which is true or false, then you can say if it's true and if it's false. And you have also the array and object. So all of these filters are very, very strong filters if done correctly. Okay, now you can add more conditions, right? You can add as many conditions as you want. Now the only thing that you should keep in mind is that there's an and an or. Now what do these mean? These mean that if you put and, that all of these conditions need to be true for the thing, for whatever item that is in here goes next. Okay, if one of them is false, then it gets discarded. Okay, and if you choose or, then it goes one by one, and as soon as it finds one, it goes, right? As soon as it finds one, as soon as one of these conditions is true, then it gets moved to the cap. So it only needs one condition to be true, rather than if we put and, then it requires all conditions to be true in order for this item to proceed in the kept column. Okay, so and what if for example, let's delete those and let's put like this. Okay, and test. As you can see, the kept is 0 and all of them are discarded and we don't have any data. So what if I want this to output always? So you can say always output, so I have something, right? So and then if I run this, it will output an empty JSON. This is just for you in the next nodes. If you want to check if this is empty or not, always make sure to always output. Then in the next node, you can say if it's empty, then do something. Okay. Okay, then if we do that, then there's no kept, as you can say. If we do this, then at least there's one kept, which is an empty one. Okay, make sure to have that in mind. So yeah, this is this is it. This is the filter node. Okay, in N8N, the filter is a node on its own. It's not a line. Don't click on the line. And once you do the filter, you go in and you have a bunch of conditions that you can put. Make sure to put the type based on the type of item that you have, because if you put a wrong type, then it will flag an error. Okay, you can check this convert type when required, but it doesn't always work. Okay, so yeah, you have all these types and all of these conditions. They are very, very strong when put together, when you chain them together in a way to give you the best result possible. Okay, the filter node is a very, very strong and useful node. I use it in basically most of my workflows. Okay, so I encourage you to use it in your future workflows. Okay, so let's see this. Yeah, because we have nothing here. Okay, so now now we get all the Amazon ones. Okay, now what if I want all the Amazon ones that are more than 50, for example? So as you see, I put and, so that means both of these conditions need to be true. And then I get only one. What if I put or? Then I get 9 of them, because only one of these conditions needs to be true, not both. And you can see I have the amount of 12, it's under 50. So keep that in mind when you're testing, that you always have that, okay? Now I have only 9 left. Now I can create another filter if I want and even go further. So I can filter based on whatever 9 items are here. I can filter by type, for example, and I say, since type is a string, I say contains, and I could put dot to lowercase, and then I say only affiliate, for example. Then I test, and then I have only 4 out of 9, and so on and so forth. Okay? So always name your workflows, filters, saved, everything's saved. So in this lesson, we went through filters. We understood how to put them. We understood that they're in a node. We understood that we can stack them. We understood that each filter, we need to specify the exact type of the data that we're getting. If it's a string, means a text. If it's a number, if it's a date, if it's a Boolean, etc. And then we can chain filters together with an and an or. When we put and, then all conditions need to be true. When we put or, then only one condition needs to be true. And then we can chain node, the filter nodes together, not just one node, but multiple ones. So first, I'm going to get some data. That's the first thing we're going to do. So we're going to get rows. If you don't know how to use the Google Sheet node, I have another lesson here on the YouTube channel, and I go over that in depth in my course as well. So I'm going to take the ID from here, and I'm going to put it in here. So I'm going to choose the ID. I could have chosen the whole URL, but ID is enough. So choose the sheet that you want. And there you go. Now we have all of our data that we can see here. So perfect. That's what we want. Now let's go ahead and add the sort. So a sort is basically to change the order of items. As you can see with these arrows, you can change the order. Now, inside of make.com, this sorting is actually inside of the Google Sheet node. So there's sorting inside of that. But in here, in the node in here, we don't have that. So sorting, let's see. We have multiple options. So the simple one, let's go simple first. So we're going to have to choose a row from here. So we're going to go for row number because it's a number that is increasing. And now we can choose either ascending or descending. Now, if you're like me, you don't know what's the difference between those two, you can Google that. But for me, I like to think of it, ascending is like going from A to Z, and descending is like going from Z to A. Okay? So let's go for ascending first and let's test. There you go. We have exactly what we have already. So if we switch to descending, it will switch. It will start from the last row onwards. All right. So we can add fields as well if we want to do that. But that's basically it. You can go with the name, for example, here. Let's test. It will go ahead and do that as well, but it will do it by the name. So by, I think, the first letter of each one. Okay, so let's try random. So random, it will just randomly put them in a way if you want. If you're choosing randomly, this would be a good option. If you want to choose a random way to sort your items so you're not going one by one or from ascending or descending, that's good. Code is where you put some code. I'm not a coder. I don't think you are either. So I'm going to not look at this as it's scary. So simple and random are the most ones that you would use. You can choose the field to sort by, and here you don't have to worry about that. Okay. So that is sorting in a nutshell. It's very useful. It's very useful node. Okay. So then the other node I wanted to go is the wait. Now, the wait is as the term says, it just gives your automation some time for it to pass this node. Now, inside of make.com, this node is called sleep. And it's inside the tools. So it's called sleep. It's the same thing as the wait. It just is a node that you can wait for things to happen. For example, if you're calling an API and you know that the API will get back to you in 60 seconds, then okay, I could put a node 60, put then 60 seconds. And then this will wait for 60 seconds, okay? And you can go by minute, hours, and even days. Now, this you can't do that in Make. In Make, you're limited to 300 seconds, I think. That's it. But here you can do all of that. This is very, very, very powerful. Now, let me test this. So let's test this. Okay, I need to add to have something. So if you're wondering, well, that's a lot of time. Yes, because it's doing it 7 times. That's the thing. So we can do a limit here to just limit it to 1. Then we only have 1, 2, and then bam. Okay. So this is the wait node. It's a very, very useful node. I use it in a lot of times when I'm calling an API, when I'm dealing with even with Google Sheets, with any of these, when I'm requesting a lot, because if you're requesting a lot, it'll just stop the workflow and gives you an error of timeout or you're requesting too much. So always put a 3 to 5 seconds between those, even if you're using the OpenAI node as well. Give yourself some time in between, like 3 to 4 seconds or 5 seconds, enough for to reset for an error not to trigger. So let's first get our data, and to do so, I'm going to go and add a Google Sheets node. So I'm gonna get rows, and in this Google Sheet, I'm gonna go to this contacts spreadsheet here, and I'm gonna copy the ID here. It's within the URL, and I'm gonna place it here by choosing ID, and then placing it here. And then I can choose the sheet. So I'm going to test this, and we're going to get a bunch of data here. Perfect. So now that we have our 7 items data, now we can add our switch node. Let's search for switch. There you go. So the switch node is similar to the if node, but the difference is the switch node is based on certain conditions needs to be met and not every condition. So the if node tackles over every other condition, but the switch node, if you have a certain pattern in your conditions, then the switch node is a great way to do that. So the switch node has 2 ways, either expression or rules. Let's go with the rules. So the rules, we want to check if the email, we'll grab that in here and put it here. We want to check if that email, and then we can choose, because it's a text, then we could choose the string, and want to say contains Gmail. Then let's if we test that, then we have two, okay? And we can see here we have two items. The cool thing about the switch node is that we can rename the output. Then we can say Gmail here. Now, what does that mean? That means now if I go here and I can see that we have an output called Gmail. Now, how cool is that? Now we can add another one. Let's add another one. Let's copy this, paste that in here, and let's say also string, also contains, and let's go for Hotmail. Okay? And then also let's rename the output to Hotmail. Let's then run. There you go. We don't have any Hotmail. Let's see what kind of we have. We have Gmail and we have Yahoo. Sorry, this I wanted to say Yahoo. Okay, so now if we test, then we see that there's two output, one Gmail and one Yahoo. Okay, and then we can do another one, which is called, let's go for string and then contains, or we want to tackle everything else, so that does not. So we can say it does not contain Gmail. Let's rename the output. Let's rename this output else, or let's rename it professional. Okay. Since we don't need a condition for that, because this will tackle everything that is not either Gmail or Yahoo. And to do that, we're gonna add a fallback. Okay, the fallback is if it didn't find anything, right? And let's go over and rename the output, and let's do professional here. And then let's test first, and then there you go. So the fallback would be professional, right? And then if we test, then we have two Gmail and one Yahoo and four professional, which is exactly what we want. So going back to this, the switch node, what difference it has over the if? The if is either true or false. There's no other options than these two. But with the switch node, you can have as many outputs as you want, and you can even rename the output as you would want, right? And this is why the switch node is powerful. It's because of the output and the conditions that you can put in it. Now, the conditions themselves are similar to the if node in terms of you can do the strings, the numbers, and date and everything. But the difference is, and let me just insert quickly an if node here. I'll go over the if node in another lesson. But as you can see, the if node only has, you can only do, it's either true or false. And there's no renaming output. It only has two outputs. It doesn't have any other output, okay? Rather than the switch node gives you a lot of more possibility and strength with the rules feature that it has. You can add as many as you want, right? And always have a fallback option in case neither of those work, then you have a fallback. And the beautiful thing about this is that you can now add you can continue your workflow based on these, right? So you know that, okay, if they're professional, then let me add them, for example, to another Google Sheet. We'll do add, right? So it's append. So we'll append that into another sheet and we'll call them, these are the professional emails, right? And then you can continue your workflow based on this, and this would continue and this would continue. So in a nutshell, to recap, the switch node gives you the possibility to add custom conditions to your workflow. It's not like the if statement. The if statement, it's either true or false. Rather, the switch node gives you tons and tons of more capabilities where you can say, if this case, if this is the condition, then you do this. If this is the condition, then you do this. And you can rename the output, and you can have as many outputs as you want. I mean, we can even go here and add another output. Let's name it here Google. Okay, let's rename this to Google because I noticed there's one that has Google. Right? If the string contains Google, then we have another one called Google. Let's test the workflow, but let's remove this first. There you go. Let's move this up top. Okay. So if the, oh, I didn't have, okay. There you go. So we have 3 Gmail, 1 Yahoo, 1 Google, and 3 professional. And if we go, you have all of those there lined up, so you can easily break them up. And as you can see, the switch node grows in height as you put this condition, and all of those can be now rerouted in a way to everyone has their own workflow going forward. Okay, so I encourage you to use the switch in your workflow. It's a very powerful node. You can it can make your workflows much stronger and much concise. Let's start with getting our sheet. So we're going to get rows, and we're going to go ahead and copy the contacts sheet that I have here. It's just basically a list of name, email, and fake numbers so that people don't call these people. So I'm going to put the ID here, and then I'm going to select the sheet. So I'm going to test, and I'm going to get all of my table here that I see here, and now it's here. I go through Google Sheets in depth in my course. So if you want to know more about that, you can check that out. So let's start with the limit. So as it says, it limits the number of items. So if I test with the basic settings, I'm going to get only Jack. So Jack is the first one. So we're now saying I only want 1 row and I only want the first item. So if I say last item and I do test, and then I'm going to get this last one. Okay. So what if I say I want 2, then it gets me 2, 2 and 3. And if I say last items, you're going to get me 7 and 8. Pretty basic and pretty simple. I use this limit whenever I want, whatever I'm testing, and there's like 100 or 1,000 row, and I only want to test with 1. If it works with 1, it will work for everyone, for all the rows. So this is a great way. The limit one is to use whenever you want to test, or whenever you want to pick 1 from all of these, or whenever like you're getting incoming data and you only want to check out one of those. So the limit is a great way to do that. So the next one I'm going to cover is the remove duplicates. So for that, I want to get a couple of ones here. So let me see. So I'm going to get contacts 3 and contacts 2. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put so I'm going to duplicate this. So this is contacts 1. So since we now have several, so I'm going to name this contacts 1. And then I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to get the contacts 3 now. Okay, and the context 3 ID is here. So I'm gonna put it inside of here, and then I'm gonna choose the sheet. All right, so I'm gonna get the data, I'm gonna pin it so I don't have to do it each time. Also get the data and okay, what's wrong? There you go. Pin it. There you go. So now I have data coming in from each one of those. What I want is to merge these, right? Because I have now 2 streams and I want to merge them. I went over the merge one in another lesson on YouTube. Check that out. So I'm going to append them and I only have 2. So now if I test the workflow, so now I have 14 items. But as you can see, there are duplicates in those items. And what if I want to remove all those duplicates? There you go. So we have the remove duplicates node. The hero comes in. So I put this and I say, okay, remove items repeated within the current from incoming items. Okay. So if I say test, and there you go. You see now I have only 9 out of 14. So this node took care of, okay, it went and it saw, it compared all the fields. Now we can compare all fields. Or if you want to compare selected fields, like you can say, only compare the name, only the ones that have duplicate names. Okay, check that out. So this is a great way to remove duplicates. Okay, I use this quite often whenever I'm using the merge or I'm having a stream of data that is coming in and I don't know this stream of data if it has duplicates, if it's not. So I run it through this remove duplicates just in case, for me to just cleanse everything and have a list of items that don't have duplicates. Okay, as I said, you can filter by specific fields or you can compare by all fields. Okay, now I will duplicate this and connect it to here. Okay, so let's go over the summarize. Okay, so the summarize is a great way. The way I use it mostly is to count, because as you can see here, now we have 7 items coming out of this, but I don't have access to that number. Like if I go here, I can't know how many rows do I have. And the summarize has this count that does this in a great way, right? So I can put the field here and then I test. There you go. It gives me a variable that I can use later inside of the workflow that has the number of rows that I have. Now I can check how many rows. I can check. I can use this anywhere in my workflow after that. So I use that quite often. Now the summarize has a lot of other things. So it has append. There you go. So it appended all the names together and it puts them in one array, right? It has average. If you're dealing with number, it has average. It has count unique. So if we had duplicates, this would count the unique one, min and max. And so if we say, like, for example, max, and we grab the row number and we say test, it gives us the maximum row number, which is 8. And if we want the minimum, it would do that. Now, if you want also the sum and test, it just adds all the numbers of the rows, but it's not valuable here because we're adding row numbers. But if you had specific numbers that you want to add together, like sum them up, this would be a good way. So these are the summarize node I use quite often, and I use it also like to count, to summarize, to append whenever is needed. Okay, So the three ones, the limit and the remove duplicates and the summarize, are quite useful node inside of your workflow, that in certain situations that you'll find yourself limited with the nodes, with the bigger nodes that you use. And you might want to use, okay, how these come very handy in some workflows, like the limit one, when you have a large stream of data coming in, and you just want, okay, I just want to pick one and work on that because I don't need the rest. So the limit one comes in as a savior in that, and you can choose one from the top, from the bottom, whatever you want. The remove duplicates, very helpful to remove all the duplicates rows that is coming. And also the summarize, which is a multi, right, it's a multi functional node that it counts how many items there are. It gives you the sum if you have numbers. It gives you the average, the minimum. It appends things and put them in one array if you guys if you want to use that. So it's very useful. So let me rename this to merge node. And let's now go ahead and bring our data as always. So I'm gonna head over to sheets and I'm gonna get rows. So in here, I have two sheets. I have contacts and contacts 3. So I am going to get the ID from here and I'm going to put it here. So document ID is this. So this will be sheet 1. So the contacts 1. So I don't get lost. Okay. And if we test, then we're going to have the list of contacts. Perfect. So let me now duplicate this because we need two sources, right? We'll put this here and we'll call this contacts 3. And this will bring this one. We'll put the ID as we did with the last one. And then we'll choose the sheet. And then we'll test. And we're going to have our data here. Okay, so I'm going to pin the data so I don't have to call this over and over again. I'm going to pin the data. Perfect. So now I have 7 items here and yeah, 7 items here. So both are 7. So I want to right now continue with this scenario, but I don't want to have both lines going. So I want to have a node that merges two pathways. And this is exactly what the merge node does. So I can go to merge. Gonna put it here. There you go. A merge node takes 2 input and sometimes even more. So if we click on the merge node, it has a lot of options, right? So we have append and we have combine and we can do a query and branch. So if we choose combined, then let me hook that up. So this is input 1 and this is input 2. If we say combine, and we have options, so matching fields, combine items with the same field's value. Okay. So and here we say what fields do we need to match. Let's grab the name and then the output type. What do we want? Do we want to keep the matches or do we want to keep the non-matches? Do you want to keep everything or do you want to enrich? What enrich me is all the input from 1 with the data input from 2 added to it. So it's like a join mechanism. Let's keep matches and test. So here we can see that. So Jack, Lily, Derek, Jaden, and Mike. So those are the common ones, right? So those are the common ones between these two tables. And this is why we kept them. So keep the matches. We can say keep none matches, and then you can see that only the ones that are not in both are kept, right? Like you see, Tom doesn't exist in here, but only exists in here, right? Mark exists in here, but doesn't exist in here. So when we say keep none matches, so you're gonna keep the items that are present in only one of the tables, okay? And here it tells you this is from input 1 and this is from input 2. What if we say keep everything? If we say keep everything, now we have 9 items. Now you're probably saying to yourself, well, there's 7 here and there's 7 there. So combined, there are 14, but we only see 9. So that is a very good question because we have the combine matching field, right? So you will not have all of these. You will not have, as you can see here, we don't have repetition. So because Jack exists in both of these table, for example, if you go Jack here and Jack there, but it doesn't put it twice, it only puts it once, right? Even if we have keep everything, okay? So what if we say position? So let's test. So now we have 7, so number of inputs 2, and we just take them based on their position. So we're taking the first one. So combine items based on their order. Perfect. And now here we could put several inputs, okay? But if you're asking, well, how can I combine both and have 14? Then we can go over to the append. And if we test this, we'll have 14. But notice now we'll have Jack here and Jack here. So even the repetitive rows are there, right? So this is something to keep in mind. But with the append, you can have up to 10, right? If you go here, there you go. You have up to 10 inputs. You can even put more sheets and combine them. By appending, you're just adding without any logic to it, okay? I use append quite a lot, okay? And I also use the combine, and when I want to keep none matches or keep matches, this is very, very, very cool to have, okay? So, and then let's test this workflow. Okay, we need to define a field. Remove that. So now you have this way of working, right? You have two lines that were going, but now you combine them into one node, and this is the type of nodes that doesn't exist in Make, and this is the type of nodes that are always in certain scenarios. I had 2 lines working out each with their nodes, and I want to just put them all together, but you don't have that in Make. But in N8N, it provides you this merge node provides you, and has so much capabilities as we said, with the keep matches and keep none matches. This would be great if you have certain elements that are existing in both table, and you just want to say, okay, what exists in both of these tables? It's very easy to do it in the merge. Or if you want to say what exists in keep none matches, you can do that. And you have the keep everything, but the keep everything, keep in mind that it does not append them, right? The append is different. Keep everything will not have duplicates. Will have everything from both tables, but it will remove any duplicates, okay? That being said, there is a node remove duplicates. So there is a node to remove duplicates in case you want to append and then remove duplicates. Let's do that. Let's try that. Let's do the append. So now we have duplicates apparently. And here we can say, let's test. There you go. Now it removed all duplicates. So now we have 14 and then now we have 9. So you can do the append and then remove duplicates. Or if you do not want to have duplicates, you can have the combine and then keep keep matches. Okay. So that is the merge node in a nutshell. I hope there was you can start using the merge node. I use it a lot in my workflows. It's quite powerful. Of course, it has a lot of advanced capabilities with the SQL. I'm not a coder to know that, but with ChatGPT, it can help you if you want to investigate that. Okay, so let's search. First, we need to get some data. So let's get some data in. So sheet. I'll get the rows from our famous contacts sheet here. I'm going to get it by ID and I am going to select the sheet. So by testing, you will get all the data that you will see here. Okay, exactly as is, as you can see in the JSON view. That is very beautiful. Okay. So now I have my 7 items here. Now I can aggregate. Let's search for the aggregate. So as you can see the icon, if you just look at the icon here, you can see several things and they get merged into one thing. So that's aggregation. So combine a field from many items into a single item. In Make, if you're coming from Make, it's from make.com, it's the aggregator. So there's iterators and aggregators. This is the aggregator. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so there's 2 types. So we can either aggregate everything into a single list or we can choose what we want to aggregate. Okay, let's choose. For example, I just want the name and I'm going to test. There you go. So we have the name and every other name that we have in this database. So as you can see here, 0, 1, 2, this reminds us that this is an array. And if we go to JSON, and yes, we guessed it, this is an array. So it takes all of these and it aggregates them into array. Same thing that make.com does with this aggregator node. Okay, so this is an array. Everyone has an index. Okay, it starts with the 0. I can rename this field to whatever I want. For example, then you can see it renamed the array name. Okay, and I can add other ones as well. So I just want to get the email test. So now I have 2 arrays, right? One that is first name and one that is email. All right. And I can add as much as I want. Now let's try all items and let's test. There you go. Now it adds all of them into one single array, right? And inside of this array, there's an object. Okay, each one has an object with all of the columns and the data. All right, as you can see here as well in the schema. So I can include all fields or selected fields or accept, which is good. Let's try this. Let's say I just want the name. Now it imports it all as well, puts each one into one object and just grabs the name. Okay, and you can say all fields except email. There you go. All right, so let's go back here and let's grab the name. Okay. So what we're doing basically is let's go back here. We're taking these 7 items and we're putting them into one item. Okay. And we're putting them in an array. And of course, an array, you can do all the array functions on it. And this is why you would do that. You can use all of the array functions that N8N provides, and which is very powerful. It's one of the reasons why you would use the aggregate node, is to combine them into one array and then you can perform all these functions on them. All right. So this is the array in a nutshell. It's very simple. Keep in mind, I have data coming from database. It's several items, and I want to put them all into one item. And as the image says, it's the aggregation. So it's taking everyone and putting them into one single array. Now we can choose what we want to put in this briefcase called array. We can choose what we want to put. We can mix and choose whatever we want. We can put everything inside. Okay. So it depends on what we want to put inside of that array. Okay. So an array is just a briefcase of item that I can choose and put anything inside of it. Okay. And an array is index based. So what means is that each item is referenced with a number. It starts with 0 and it goes along the way. Okay. An example of that, if I do the edit fields and I come in and grab this, which is the array, as you can see here, array. Now I can, if I put this and 0, it grabs only the first one, which is Jack. If I put 2, if I put 5, I can choose what I want to pick. Okay. And since this is an array, if I put dot, I will get all of the array functions, which is the append, the chunk, the compact, so many of them. First is empty, is not, join, merge, whatever I want to do. All right. So let's say, for example, you just want to put them all together, like you can do join, right? And join does that, just puts them all into and puts the comma, and you can say what you want to the separator. You can just put nothing and it will be all one, right? And if you want, you can put space, and there you go. Okay. This is just join. This is one of the functions of the array. This is why you would want to make them an array, so you can just use all of these powerful functions. I will do another video on the functions of the array, and I'll go over these. We'll go over these together. Okay. So this is the aggregate node, which is a very powerful node. All right. So that's what I wanted to explain in this video, the aggregate node. I encourage you to start using the aggregate node in your workflows. It's very beneficial whenever you have a list of items that you just want to pick and choose what you want. Imagine you have a database of so many columns and you only need the specific columns. You don't need everything else. Then you can aggregate that into an array, and then you can pick and choose what you want from those columns. And then after you do, you can even, after you do this, for example, if we got, if in the here, if we get the another field, let's get the email, right? If I got both of these, right? If I got like this, we have the name and the email, right? I can add a split out, which which is the exact opposite in terms of icon, right? Then I would say, okay, what do I want to split out? I can say, okay, I want to split out the name, and let's test. There you go. Now I have 7 items again of the name. Okay. And here you can put, let's say name, and let's say email, and let's test. There you go. Now we got the name and the email as well as 7 items, right? So now we have this. The whole purpose was to clean our database with a lot of columns. We put them in an array and then we split them out. It's the same thing we do in Make. It's you put an iterator and then you put an aggregator. Yes. So this is how. But here in N8N, the iterator is called split out. That's the whole difference. So what are RSS feeds? So RSS feeds are basically a list of updates that gets from certain websites. So basically most websites have RSS feeds that you can utilize. For example, in my example here, Huffington Post, they have several RSS feeds. They have RSS feeds for their health section, for their politics section, for their business section. This is an example for the health RSS feed. So you see it as this. It's a huge line of code. It's a XML based. So the RSS feed gets updated every time Huffington Post posts a new article inside of the health. It will automatically populate a new one. Okay. Now, what if in case your website does not have an RSS feed, for example, you can always create one. RSS feed. So we have this rss.app. This is where you can create a feed. Okay. So you can generate RSS feeds for websites that don't have an RSS and already existing one. Okay. So, for example, you can make a feed out of a YouTube channel. Every time a person posts a new YouTube, it will trigger the RSS feed. Okay. You can create an RSS feed out of a social media account, etc. But first, try out your website that you prefer. Check if they have an RSS feed. And then if they do use that, if they don't, then you can use this rss.app. Okay. Now that we know about a little bit about what RSS feeds are, let's try to create a new one. So click on the plus icon, and then we're gonna start by typing RSS. So what we have here is RSS read and RSS feed trigger. Both nodes are RSS. As you can see, this icon of this like the Wi-Fi but rotated 90 degrees. So this node is the RSS. This icon is for the RSS. Okay. So let's start with the read. So the read is not a trigger. So this is why you see N8N automatically made this node, which is a trigger, but only when clicked. So this is a manual trigger. So if you click on here plus, and if you go to add another trigger, then you can see here, trigger manually. This is the button for it. Okay. This is the icon for it. So now I have this RSS read a node. So what does this do? Let's double click on it and it will open like that. Here we have the input and here we have the output. And what's missing here is the URL. So it's only requiring us to do URL. Okay. So let's go to this URL that we know that this is an RSS feed. We'll paste that here. And that's it. Now we have options here is to ignore SSL but we can just remove it. Okay. So this is the URL. We put it, there's nothing more to do. Okay. There's nothing more to do. Now we have this test button we can try. Let's try and click on it. Bam. So here is the result that we get from the RSS feed. So this is the table. What we have the title, we have the link, we have the publication date, we have the snippet, we have the comments section, the content. We have so many things, okay, that we can have. And here is the list of 8 items, okay? So we have here a list of articles just by triggering this, okay? So if I go back to Canvas, as you can see, this green means that this ran and this ran, okay? And we can run those with this as well. So we can run these and we have these 3 buttons that we can use for the node. So I will be making a new beginner's course for N8N on my store soon. So make sure if you want to go over the basics, I will go over the basics in there. So now we have, as you can see, we have 8 items that are getting out of this. If we click here, these are the outputs. We can view them in JSON. We can view them like that. Okay. We have all this. Now, what do we do with this? Now we have all of this and it's awesome. The next big thing to do is always store in the database. Make sure that you have a database set up and make sure you store your items in there because it's always good to have them stored. You can update them later. You can read them. You can manipulate them as much as you want because they are saved. Right now, they're not saved. Okay. So to do that, let's go over here and let's create a new sheet. So we'll name this RSS, or we'll name this, let's say, help because it's about the health article. So what do we want? We want the title for sure. We want the link, that's for sure. We want the date and maybe the snippet. Okay. Okay. So now we have everything set up in here. What we do now is we go back to the RSS. Now we know we created this sheet. Okay, let's now add a Google Sheet. So it's this. So this is the module. It will give you all of those. So what we want to add is add a new row. Add row in sheet. Perfect. So I have my account set up. If you don't, create your new account, create new credentials, and then use this OAuth method. You only need the client ID and client secret. You need to get that from the Google API console. You can go ahead and create that in there and you put them here and you click save and there you go. So this setting up this is a bit more trickier than make.com, but once you set it up, it's fine. You only need to go to the Google search, to the Google API console. Make sure the Google Sheets API is enabled and then add the redirect URL. Make sure this is added inside of the API console and then copy the client ID and the secret and put it and you'll be good to go. So we want to get the document ID. Okay. The document ID is usually in here. So as you can see here, it's this code right there. Okay. So we'll copy this and we'll come here and we'll put it. So as soon as we put it, we know that it worked. So now we have the title, link, and everything. So what we want to do is take the title, grab it, put it here. As you can see in N8N, you see the code for it, and then you see the example, the results. Okay, perfect. So we want the link as well, and we want the date. So as you can see, it's just grabbing and putting here. Let's see the snippet. Put it there. There you go. It's now added. Okay. So now I have this. Let's save. Let's try. So let's try to do that and let's see what we get. Let's test. Okay. So there you go. Now we have 8. Increase that. And let's just make it a little bit more visible. There you go. So we have the link. We have the title. Everything we requested is there and the snippet as well. Okay, how beautiful is that? Okay, so now that is done. Let's now investigate how we can, because this is the read node, so this only reads. So every time I need to trigger this manually for this to happen. Now there's another node, which is a trigger node. So we have an RSS feed trigger with this lightning bolt. This means that this means that it's see the lightning bolt, it's a trigger node. Now, what we need is, we need the URL to grab that from here. It's pretty simple to set up the RSS feed because it only needs a URL. Now, for the poll times, what polling is that you tell it how frequent do you want this to happen. You want every minute, every hour, every day, etc. Custom, there's a custom. With a custom, there's a cron. And then you can search how you can make a cron function. But here, so as you can see here, you have these, you replace these by the number and it will give you the, you can see cron expression builder. And there's a lot of good ones out there. Okay. So here it tells you how it's done. So the first one is the minutes, the second one is the hour, day of the month, and then month and day of the week. Okay, and it gives you an example here, every minute, every hour, every etc. And you can build it here, and it will tell you what is the result. Okay, so let me go to, let's say every hour is good. Okay, and then we can do fetch test event. Okay, once we do that, we'll get one event. Okay, this is the event that we got for us to test with. Okay, and what we need to do is we'll duplicate this, and we'll put this here, and we'll connect it. Okay, now that we connected things here, let's go back, and we see everything is connected because we have JSON dot. So when you have $JSON dot, it gets everything that is got from the previous node. Okay, from the previous node. But if you have several nodes, and then the Google Sheets, then you need to reference this node by its name. Okay, you need to reference it by its name. Okay, I'll go over that in the beginners, because this is a bit confusing when I started using N8N, but don't worry, you'll grab the concept quite quickly. So now I have this. So this gets triggered each time there's a new article. Bam, this gets triggered. It gets added to the Google Sheet. Now, how awesome is that? Now, from there, you can do whatever you want, basically. From here, you can do whatever you want. You can, for example, run it through. You can run it through AI. Right? You can run it through an AI agent. You can. There's a lot. You can classify the text. Right? You can do whatever you want. You can have a basic LLM chain. Then you attach a model to that. For example, you can attach ChatGPT, right? OpenAI. And then here you can say what you want, right? From the node. And then after that, for example, you run the title in here, make a summarization of it, and then you go ahead and add the summarization to it in another Google Sheet, for example. Right, we can add sheet. And then what you do here is you update the row with the new information that you got. From here, you update it. For example, you can add a new column here. It says social post, okay? For example. Now, as you add this to here, now let's, I know that this is the one that we do. So let's test with this one. Bam, it's added. So now that it's added, as you can see, it gave us what it added in here. Yeah, I need to refresh because we added a new row. Now the new row is shown. And here you can say, so prompt here would be, you are, for example, you are an expert here, for example, the system message, you are an expert social media writer, and you are tasked to create a compelling social media post for example, LinkedIn. Okay, and then here the user message would be, this is the post title, and then you bring the title here, and then this is the post snippet. And then you bring the snippet in here, right? So this will create, so we can say only output the sort of hash tags. Okay. So if we test this, there you go. There is it. There is what we. So the biggest early signs are, and then it give us this awesome looking post that we can show to subreddit. So okay, because this is the health, and then we have this as a. So we have this post that we can now update. Okay, and the way we do that. So the way we did it is we split things here, but what we could do is, I think the better way is doing things like that. So we'll get the title from the RSS itself, right? And we'll add everything after. So we'll do that. And then we will add the snippet. There you go. All right. And then here we'll add directly. And then here what we can do is, so this is the social post that we want to add. And for these, as you can see now, they're red because they're not directly connected. And here what we can do is do this and actually go over the, so it'll be item.json. And then we will choose whatever we want. So here we want the title. Okay. And then here we'll grab this and this dot. So here would be the link. And here it would be the date with a capital. Was it? No. Yeah, it's called publish date. Okay, sorry. And then here it's content snippets. Okay. And then here the what we want. Okay. So now what we need to do is, let me delete those two because they are the same. And then we already tested this. So let's test this one. Okay. There you go. So now I have the title, the link, the date, and snippet, and the social post. Now, how awesome is that? Now you can directly connect this to Facebook, to LinkedIn, to whatever you want. Okay. So to recap, RSS feed is a great way to get the latest from your favorite websites, from your favorite social media, from whatever you want. It gets triggered automatically. You specify when you want it to trigger, and you let it go. You can basically connect it to whatever you want, and you will have a system running. So first of all, I like to name my workflow. So I'm going to name it Webhooks. And then I'm going to click on this button and it says what triggers this workflow. So what starts this workflow basically? And there's a lot. I go through some of them in the course. Make sure to check that out. But what we want to do is go over webhooks today. So on Webhook, So once I click on that, it opens this window for me. So it says webhook, and this is pull events from the webhook. So listen to test events, and this is the output. It gives me two. It gives me two URLs. So unlike make, which gives you just one URL, N8N gives you two URLs. So one called test URL and one called production URL. People get confused when using that, and they somehow go to production at first, and they fall into the trap of things not working. So first you want to go with the test. So this is the URL. So if I click on it, it says URL copied. And if I go from here, now I see that this is the node. It has a lightning bolt next to it. So it's a trigger node. So this starts the workflow, and it has a get. Okay. So I copied the URL, and now if I click test workflow, it keeps on loading here, and it says waiting for you to call the test URL. What does that mean? So a webhook is a way to trigger a workflow from an external resource, from an external source. And the way you trigger a webhook is through an HTTP request. Now, what is an HTTP request? So an HTTP request is just like opening up your browser and typing google.com and pressing enter. So once you do that, you just made an HTTP request. And the HTTP request went and brought you this updated version of the website. Okay? So you can find here in the icon, it's still running. So this is the icon that is still waiting. So if I go and paste the URL that I got, the test one, okay? And if I click enter, it gives me to this page, and it says message workflow was created. And if I go here, I see this check mark that the workflow is indeed created, and it tells me information about what browser, the cookies, and if there's any information that I got. So this is triggered now. Okay, this triggers the workflow just by putting it in a browser and clicking. Now, this could be triggered in a lot of ways. This could be triggered if, for example, if you assign it to a button on your WordPress website, if you assign it to a shortcut on your iPhone, it also works. So anywhere where you can send a request, this would trigger your workflow. It would be like a button to start your workflow. This is as simple as it gets, right? Now I got here and this was started. Now, what if I want to send something back? Okay? What if I want to send something back? So if I click on this here, you get a lot of methods. The most famous ones are get and post, to be honest. And here's the path. You can change your path. And here you say respond. So how do I respond? It says immediately, as soon as this node is executed. Now there's other options. So there's when the last node finishes. So it will wait if you have lots of node until the last node finishes. And the last one is using respond to webhook node. So if you click on that and you close this, it tells you there's an issue because there's no response. So I want to add a response. So respond to webhook, exactly what we need. So this is the node that responds to the webhook. So it says respond with. Now we can respond with the first item. Okay, we can respond with a JSON. We can respond with a simple text. We can respond with everything, with all incoming items. Okay, let's start with the simple text. Okay, so we do that. We save and we test. Let's go back here and click on this again. There you go. So you see that webhook worked. Perfect. So now we knew how to request. So now this ran and this ran as well. So perfect. So now we can trigger our workflow from an external source, and we can also send information back from here. Now imagine you can have your workflow here, right? Every node here, variables, APIs, everything. It starts, and then at the end, you send whatever information you want, okay? Now, there's also a way to send information once you trigger the webhook. So from here, there's we can just click on this URL to trigger it, and we can also send information. And the way to do that is a bit tricky, but hold on, okay? So once you go to the URL here and you put a question mark, and then you put the name of the field that you want to send. Let's say first name, and you say equal, sorry, Jaden. Okay, so let's click enter. Okay, so let's see what we got here. So we got this, but if we scroll down, you can see the query. We have first name and we have Jaden. So this is key value pair, okay? This is an object. So we defined the what is the label of this, and we gave it an actual value. Now we can do a lot of things. Now we can, as simple as it is, we can say, hello there. And then we can take the value here and put it there. So it will be hello there and whatever name. So this is a variable, okay? So if I click save and then test workflow, and let's change this Jaden to Lily, okay? If I click now, it will say hello there, Lily. So it is a variable based on what I give it, okay? So we just, I mean, imagine what we've done. We just sent something, triggered the workflow, and we sent something within the trigger, like as a variable, right? And then based on this variable, it went through and it gave us a response based on what we gave it, okay? Now you can do a lot of things, right? Like you can put if nodes. You can check if the name is, if it's something, respond within this way. If it's something else, respond with something else. So whatever you want, you can put your workflow here, your nodes here, and based on that, you can respond back with you can put an AI here. You can put an input field, like you can design a page with an input field, and the input field then gets sent, and then it gets evaluated here, and you can put AI on it, an AI agent on it, and then respond back with a custom answer. Okay, so this opens up the door, and this is the importance of webhooks on itself, is that a webhook can trigger, can send information from externally to your N8N workflows. It can start them, it can send information, it can then you can respond back as well. So this is a great way to connect it to a website, to connect it to whatever, an app, to whatever interface that you have externally outside of N8N. Okay, so this was a like webhooks in a nutshell. Now you can do whatever you want. Like for example, let's do a quick one. Let's put an edit fields, and then let's put a random. And here we could say, let's do an expression. And we want to we can do like a quick random, let's say math. Let's go to math and dot random. Yes. Okay, so this gives us a random number. Okay, so now we have this field. It will run, and then let's put here is random number, and this will be the previous node of edit fields dot item dot json dot random. Okay, I think I got the name right. Yeah, it's this. Okay, so if I save this workflow and I say test workflow, and if I go here and put enter, there you go. Hello there, here's a random number. And if I want again, yeah, it is, you need to run it. So yeah, this is a good way to switch to production. So now in the test URL, if I switch to production and I copy this, I can no longer test this workflow when I'm in production. So what I need to do is activate it, right? And once I activate it, I can go here and say like this, but I need to put the production URL. So don't forget, this is a test. Now, there you go. Number, and if I refresh, you get a different number each time. Okay? A simple workflow just to demonstrate how webhooks work. And always do not forget, when you're testing, use the test URL, the test webhook. And then once you want to go live and turn this workflow on, copy this production URL and use it and turn it on. So let's start with a database first. So we're going to go to Google Sheets, and then I'm going to get rows. So I'm going to get my famous contacts sheet here. I'm going to put the ID here, and then I'm going to select the sheet. And if we test this, we should be able to get all of the table that we see here, which is perfect. So we can see here that we have 7 items. All right, so let's go ahead and bring the split. So it's called split out function, the node, sorry. So what this node does basically is pick one item from here and make and take it out, right? Take one column, for example, take it out and make a separate table out of. So let's try with the name. So let's test with the name. So as you can see here, we have 7 items of only the name. So we only took the name. What if I want to take other fields as well? We can do that with here. So we can select all other field. This will generate exactly what we have in the past node. So the full table. Or we can do select. So I can take, for example, the email. Right? So now I have a table with only the name and the email. And I can add fields, okay? So this is basically creating our own table, right? Choosing what we want, picking from this, and moving it to the other side or with exactly what we want. And if we only want one, as we said, we can only take this one. This is great. But there is also another way to using this. Let me show you the other way. So I'm going to create a new variable called array. So I'm going to choose the array type, and I am going to choose expression. So I'm going to create an array now, just a simple one. So it's going to be A, B, C, D. Okay, so this is a string. I put quotes on that so it knows that it's a string. So if I do dot and I do split and I choose the comma as how to split them. Now as you can see, we have an array with A, B, C, D. So if we test this, we'll see that we have an array with position 1 is 0, position 0 is A, and so on and so forth. Okay, so now we have an array. So as you can see, the array is only one item. And what if we want to take each item and put it in a like a table form, like we could have 7 items, so that we can iterate over that, so we can do changes to that, so we can it's the same way as in make. You can iterate and you can aggregate. This, the split out, does the same approach. Okay, let's try the split out now. There we go. Now we have the split out here. So what I want is I want to grab the array and put it here. And check out what happens if I click test. Bam. So now we have A, B, C, D. So that's the array that we have, but now we have 4 items. It's not 1. So we just we expanded, we blew up the array from 1 item that was encapsulated inside of the array. We now just made it into a 4 items, like a bundles, where if you're coming from it would be now a collection. Each one would be a collection. Okay, so now we made 4 items out of those, and then now we can go ahead and continue our workflow based on the 4 items, and we don't need to worry about it being inside of an array. Now it is outside, and we can perform actions on that. Okay, so these are 2 widespread cases of how to use the split out function. I think it's a very, very interesting node. It's the same approach as we did with the iterator in make. It's a good way if you have already a table to choose from, as we did with the first approach. Like, make out exactly what we want, pick and choose. And it's good also if you have an array and if you want to split out from that array and make fully fledged bundles or fully fledged items from there, you can do that as well. Today, I'm going to explain how we're going to use the HTTP request node. Now it's a vast node that you can use for multiple things, and it's a node that I found myself using in every workflow, mostly every workflow that I use. So I'll try to explain it as much as I can today. But before I start, your support means a lot to me. So if you're watching this video, please give it a like, subscribe to see other videos. Also, check out the link in the description below. You will find some important links that would support me. So I would really appreciate it. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. So you know how I do. I like to always rename before I start. So it's going to be HTTP requests. All right. So now that it's saved, I'm in N8N, self-hosted, and I have the first, I have a workflow running. Okay. So I have the first node, which is the trigger node, which is the first node in a workflow. This node usually kickstarts the workflow. It's usually either manual, on schedule, webhooks, or a trigger of some sort. For today's purposes, I'm going to use manual, which means it only gets triggered with the test button and it cannot be activated. All right, so let's start with searching for the HTTP request. So there is a node called HTTP request here. It has this internet icon that they have. If you click on it, it will open up. So this is the node, okay? And if you open it, there's a lot of things in here. First of all, to understand what an HTTP request is, to my understanding, it's similar. If we go to a new tab here and we write N8N.io, And here we get the N8N page, of course. So what I did just now, putting the link here and pressing enter, this one, this is making a request. This is exactly what a request is. Putting the link and clicking enter. We just made a request. What type of request we made? We made a GET request. What does GET means? Meaning we got the latest version of the N8N website from the N8N servers. What is a server? Yeah, that's a deeper question. A server is just a computer. It's just a computer, but it's available on the cloud, online. Okay, it's a computer that has an instance of this website live, so people can access it. Now, it doesn't have to be a desktop, of course. It can be a different kind of computer, but just for you to understand what a server is. Okay, so we're getting the latest version of N8N by doing a GET request. Okay, so let me get back to the request. So here, if we get the URL here, and we go back here and we paste the URL here, and you see it starts with HTTPS, right? So it's an HTTP request. So it starts with HTTP. And the method here, there's a lot of methods. Now, let me get it straight. Get and post are the most ones that I use. There's a lot of options here. I have no idea, never used any of them. Okay, so the get, we want to get the latest version of N8N. Okay, we have authentication, we have query parameters, we have headers, we have body. We don't need none of that. We just want to get the latest version of this website. So let's test this step. Perfect. So what we got is data. So what we got is the website in HTML format. So if we go here and we say right click and we say view page source, and this is the source of the website, this is exactly what we are getting here. We're getting the latest version of that website. Okay, so this is what we're doing. We're getting the latest version. We don't need authentication because this is available for everyone. Okay, usually you need authentication when it's an API that requires a username and password. This is why they need to authenticate that you as a user are trying to reach some information on their website. Okay, so this is as simple as it gets for the GET request. Now, a GET can also, we can get an image, right? We can get an image, we can download an image with a GET request. To demonstrate that, I have this image here that is available online. Okay, so if I take we used this image in another video. So if I go to here and we say, get me this URL. And if you see that this URL has this image, so it's the .jpg, okay? It has some parameters here. Now, the parameters are after this question mark, right? And this is probably the width and height of the image, okay? These are parameters. So if I remove these, we should get the image. So parameters don't affect the actual request. There's just additional information about this request, okay? So if I say test now, we'll get this image. We get data and image, and then we can view this image and we can download it, okay? So with this GET request, we're requesting an image that is online. And if we request an image online, rather than we get the HTML that we got before, no, we'll get binary information because this is an image that we can download or view, okay? So this is basically the image. So I like to rename stuff. So you'll get this workflow later on. So do not worry. So if I right click, I can duplicate a node. Site HTML. so we don't lose. Okay, so now we got two examples of the get. So the get that got us an image and the get that got us the HTML source of that site. Now, if we test that and if we run this through another node, and if we take this code and search, we can take this code and search for certain things, search for certain, if there is any emails here, we can search the website for the email, we can search the website for stuff. Wow, this website is really good. I think they updated the website not long ago. It wasn't this amazing, to be honest. Okay, yeah, I can search this HTML for stuff, for certain emails, for certain, because there are text manipulation. Like, for example, just a quick example, if we add an edit fields, and then we take this, right? We take this as a string, so, and then we say dot, and then we have all of these. We can extract domain, we can extract an email if there is an email. We can do a lot of things, okay? Perfect. So we got two instances of how to use the get. Now there's another instance, which is using the get, but with an API. So a get that is locked behind a door. The reason I say locked behind a door is because some APIs are free that you can access without authentications, but others, and the most ones that are valuable, let me say, are like usually hidden behind a certain wall, right? A certain authentication. Let me see this. Get authentication. Okay. So to do that, first you have to get the endpoint. Now, what an endpoint is, it's a URL that the website, the people that created the API has created specifically that URL for people who wanting to reach the API could send a request to. Okay, so that endpoint is very important, and it is what you put in here. All right. To demonstrate this, we did this in a past video when we created shorts from long videos. We did that, and after we created the shorts, we requested to download the shorts, and we used the API from clap.app to get the status if the shorts is finished or what is the status of that. And to do that, we used a specific endpoint, right? And that specific endpoint was this one. So that specific endpoint was this one, api.clap.app version 2 project. Now this one isn't available for everyone. Only people that have created an account, have an API key and everything can access this. If you take this and you go and you try to do that, and it tells you it cannot, right? Because you need to authenticate first. So let me go back. So once you do that, you need to add a couple of parameters after that. Now, these parameters are specific to the request that you're sending. Okay. So this is the base endpoint, and then these codes are for the specific request that I'm sending for a specific export that I wanted. Okay. So for authentication, this is important. Okay. Now, there are several ways to do that. You can either choose a predefined one, like there's APIs here that the GitHub, the Airtable, right? Or you can use a generic one. And when you use a generic, which means a general one, you have several auth. What auth is authentication, right? There are several options for auth. There's bare auth, there's basic auth, there's header auth, there's OAuth. So the OAuth here, I think you probably have seen this before, is basically Google has these OAuth 1 and OAuth 2. Basically, OAuth 2 is when you use Google Sheets and all that, they have these, okay? And these are more complicated than the basic ones, okay? Now, most API services you can do with the header auth. So the header auth, what is a header auth is when you send your API key within the header of the request. Now, I have a couple of those set up already, right? I have the file and the clap, but you can create new one. And once you create new one, it will open up this box where you can name your authentication, right? We can say new auth, for example. And then here you have a name and a value, and usually it's authorization. And then in this field, which is the value, which is hidden, usually it's either bearer and then the API key, just like that, bearer, then space the API key, and then you copy this and you put it here, right? This would be the authorization, okay? And then some APIs have it key / and then key. So different. Every other API has it different. But once you have those, you can save, and then that's it. You probably made an already header auth authentication. Now, why we do it this way? Because I don't have to. Now there is another way to do it, but this way, that if I use it multiple times, I can just select it and not having to put these two parameters over and over and over again. So if I did it once, I just do it once and I don't have to do it again. Now the other way is to send the headers, okay? So if you want to send the headers, okay, then you don't need to do this. Okay, you can set none and then send the headers, and then here you could say authorization, and then here you can say bearer, and then a sample API key. That's it. Both are correct. Both ways are correct. But if I do send headers and doing this way, every time I want to make another request, I have to re-add those again. Instead of doing all that, I can save myself work and not send the headers using this way, but rather say generic and then header, and then I choose an already existing one that has all the settings and the key that I want. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now we have a get, we have the endpoint, and we have the authorization. Now we're good to go. Now we're good to send the request. Okay. Now let's test sending this request. There you go. So the request is sent and we have a response. So the response is the status is ready, and there is the video that you wanted. It is saved, and all the informations here are ready for us to use. Now, all of this because we sent the right authorization. If we go to another authorization and by mistake we do that, it will say authorization fails. Please check your credential, because this is not the right API key and the right settings for you to access this. You're not an authorized user. Okay. So let me switch back to the clap. Okay. So this is basically how to do a get with auth. Let me just run it again with the right settings so it's not red all the time. Okay, so we did 3 types of get. So the get, which we download something. Now this could be an image, this could be a video, this could be PDF. You can download anything as long as you have the URL. And we did the get to get the HTML source of the page, and we did the get, but it was for an API and it was behind an authorization, and we did that. Okay. So let me create a node. Sorry. So add sticky note. I like to use the sticky notes visually. So these would be the get. All right. Put that here. always here. Okay. So these are the get. Now let's talk a little bit about the post. So I will create another one and then HTTP request. Okay. So we have here, as we said, we have the get, and we have other stuff that most of you and myself don't use. We have the post. The post is something we use often. The reason is, what is a post? So as we said, the get, we just fetch something, we get something that is available on the server. Okay. The post is we send something. So it is a different concept, but if you think of it, the get is you're getting something and the post is you're sending something. Now, what would you send if you would ask me? And a very good example of that is any form you find on any website, right? Any form that you find on any website could be an example, like any contact form. If you find in a website a contact form that you fill in the name and the email and then you send, that is a post request. The reason why is a post because you're sending a message. You sent your message and your information to the server. All the fields are sent to the server. So that's a post request. You're not getting something, you're sending something. Okay. Now, where do we use post requests? And this is a very valid question. A lot of APIs have post requests, and the structure of a post request is different. So to explain it a little bit, we did that example in the making of the shorts before. The pipeline was we had a long form video, like we had a video, and we wanted to make it into small short videos. And in order to do that, we need to send something. We need to send the YouTube link to the server so that it knows that it needs to turn this video into smaller chunk videos. Okay. Now, in order to send it, you're sending something, so you need a post request. So the post is similar in some ways to the get, that it needs an endpoint. Sorry. Okay, so it needs an endpoint. Let's use the clap.app endpoint. So this is video to shorts endpoint. So the post needs an endpoint. Okay. And it also needs an authorization. Okay. And we can do the same thing that we did before. We can say generic, and we can say the header, right? We said header. And then we can use the clap, for example, or we can add another one, or we can send the headers in here if we want to do that, whatever way we want. Okay. And then the only difference in a post request is that it takes a body, right? It takes a body. Now the body can be in different format. You can put the body in this format where you to name and value, or you can put the body in raw format, and then you could say application slash JSON, and then here is the body. Okay. Usually the body is an object. So what is an object is it's a code. So basically an object is a code, but it's similar to a JSON. A JSON is an object, and everything in N8N is based on a JSON. And simply a JSON starts with a bracket. Okay? That's how a JSON starts, and that's also how an object starts, because an object is a list of things. List of value per thing, value per thing. So imagine it would be first name, for example, and then you say Jack. Okay. Then age, for example, 123. For example, the reason why I didn't put any quotes here, because it's a number. A number doesn't need a quote. Anything within a quote is a text, which is called a string. Okay, so this is an object because this has value key, value key, value key, and this is what an object is. And this is also what a JSON is, because a JSON is basically an object. I go through these types of things in my course. So if you're interested in knowing more about booleans, integers, strings, objects, arrays, and how to construct them, you can go through my course where I go deep in them. So this is how usually the body request you send is made. Okay. And in our case, we need to send something. And what do we need to send? As we said, we're doing videos to short, so we're probably gonna send the video, right? And usually most APIs, they give you that. They give you how they want the structure of their body. And you can go that in any API documentation, you just search for the post of the thing that you want to do, and they will just state that how they want the body structured and what are the parameters. In our case, we know that we need to do this. So they have specified, the people who did the API, they have specified that the key is here named source video URL. They have specified that. And just we need to fill out this section. They also specified that there's a parameter called language, and then we need to say if it's English or not. And they have specified that there's max duration, etc., and how many clips. So they have specified all of these for us. So we don't have to make up this. The only thing that we need to do is copy how they want the body, how they have it structured, what are the key that they need, and then we need to fill in the values. Okay? This is what a body is. Now this is a finished request. Okay, let's just name it post. So to get back at some of the things, first of all, it's a post, so we're sending information. We're not getting, we're sending stuff. Okay, we're requesting something that needs information to be sent from us. In this case, we're transforming videos to shorts. So the API, what the API needs from us is, the first thing that comes to my mind is the video that we want to transform to shorts. So that's essential for this request to happen. Otherwise, the API does not know what it needs to transform. Okay, so it needs an endpoint, and this is specified by the API. The people who created the API. It needs an authentication because this is not a free API. This costs. Okay. If it is a free API, we don't need to do authentication on that, but most likely it will be paid. So in order to do that, we need to send our authentication throughout the header. We can do it both ways, as we said, through this way or through this way, send headers. If you use it this way, then we don't need to rewrite stuff. In any post, there's usually a body because we're sending something. If we're sending something, then we need to have a body where we specify what we want to send. And for this type, we want to send it as JSON because this is how we got it from the API creators. And this is how they want it structured. We only need to specify the variable things that we need. Okay? So to show you more about this, if we go to the Club API documentation. So what we were doing is we're making an export. And if you go to the documentation, I know it sounds very intimidating, but let's just read through it. So we're making a request, and here you can say that it's a post. And this is the endpoint that we were talking about. They gave us the other bit of it because this is public and they don't want to share the endpoint, the actual endpoint they have. Okay? So this is how our request is structured, right? You can see it's structured with a post and the endpoint, the authorization, and you can see application/JSON, then bearer, and then your API key, and the body, which is, as I told you, is within these two brackets. All right? And they give you also the response. So if you send this request, you will get, this is what you expect as a response. All right. There's also other get. As you can see, there's get, there's endpoint, and also authorization, barrier key. It's the same. So let me go back to here. Let me connect this here. And I'm going to call this. All right. So there's one more thing I would like to explain, which is about the query parameters. Now, in any, let me go to here. In any URL here, if you click here, you can find HTTPS and then the site. So in any request, you can add a query parameters. Now, query parameters are also get referred as UTM parameters. And they start with a question mark. And then, as we said, key value, right? It could be source equal, right? Now, this is a query parameter. It starts with a key and then the value, the source and Google. And this is also a UTM. Now we can add another one. You can add, for example, type, say organic. Okay. Now these are two query parameters that we just added, and the key is source. And then if we click enter, as you can see, nothing changes on the website because this does not affect the site. The query parameter does not affect the site. It is just added to the site. So this, for example, can be beneficial. For example, if you have analytics, then this triggers inside of the Google Analytics that this visit to this website came from this source and this type. Okay, now this is very beneficial. And sometimes they put, for example, you can send your API key within the parameters, but this is not safe for security purposes, and they don't do that anymore. Okay, so let me get back here, and to demonstrate this, I just opened this, for example, and here you can say send query parameters, and this is exactly what we said. Is name and value. You can add as many, and they will appear right after this. Okay, right after this, as you can see here, this question mark W equal, this is a query parameters of width, and this is of height. And whatever you add here will be added again to the URL. All right. So query parameters and which are UTM. For the term UTM is used more for marketing purposes. Okay. So what we've done so far, we got over the GET request 3 types. So the type where we download something, PDF, video, image. The type where we get the source HTML. The type where we get something from an API behind an authorization, authentication, right? And then we had the post request, which is us sending something to the API or to the website or to whatever, right? It could be sending a form, it could be sending a file, to be uploading a file. So uploading a file is also types of post request because we're sending something. And in this case, we were just sending, it was a good example of post endpoint with an API that has authorization, authentication, and then it had a body as well, because body is very important within a post. All right, this video is already a bit long. I know some of you already know that, but I just wanted to explain this in a simple way, in simple terms, so that whatever you're trying to create something or to add something, you can do that. One other thing is, before I end, sorry, is using this import C URL, which is curl. Okay, so this is also very important, because sometimes a lot of API have their requests here in curl. Okay, in a curl format, so that you can Control C and then go here and then Control V and then import. So what this does is it saves you a lot of time. Let me try that actually, if this is curl, because they don't specify. Try that. So this is not, so as you can see, this is not curl. But if it's curl, it will import all the settings in here. It will import the endpoint, the authentication, and everything. So it's easier for you to just go ahead and it will fill all these things. Usually some APIs provide you with that. This one doesn't, but some do. And you can search for that, and it will be easier for you to handle that. So yeah, as an example, I got an example here, which is a sample curl. See, it starts with the word curl and it has all these. It specifies the post, if it's a post or get. This H is a header. It specifies everything. I'm just gonna post that in here as an example for you to see how we can import. So we can import C URL or curl, right? We can import that, and see, as I said, import. It imported first the type, then the URL, then it imported all of these elements and all of these settings. It enabled all of these settings. Some APIs do have that already set. Let me name this import. Okay. Some APIs have that already set, and others don't provide that. But I think most provide that, because it's an easy way to use that inside of N8N, especially if you feel intimidated by the HTTP request, like I do and still do. So this is import. Okay, let me change the color to this one. So let's start with the lesson today. So what I have is I have two images. Okay, I have one here and I have one here. So to start with, let us we have a trigger, which is a manual trigger. So a trigger is a way to start the workflow. So this is a manual one, because I need to use this button test. And of course, I cannot activate because it is a manual. So it has this cursor thing. So it means that you have to click it for it to start. So this is very good for testing purposes. Now, I have these two images. I have this one, which is it's called the background. I put it as a background. And I have here, which is called the text. I could also name this text. So this is the name of the output, and this is the name of the file. So let us start by checking out this one. I'll put it here and I'll test this one. And here you can see there's a binary file called text as we specified, and the file name is text. If I view it and I have this PNG image of the text and the logo. Okay. Now let's add the edit image node, which is a very powerful node, as I told you. It has all these image operations that you can use. I'm going to start with the blur one, and let us bring it up a little bit to a stage where we can see. So we have the image as input, and if we just test out of the bat, it tells us check the parameters. Okay, it is searching for an image called data. Let's name it text and see if it works. Also, it keeps searching for data. Yeah, the property name here is data. I think if we change it to text and we test, I think that will be good. Yeah, there you go. So if we view this image, you notice that now it's a blurred. So this is an effect happening within the node itself. Now it has a lot of other effects that, like, there's a border one. It has the border and you can specify the color. There's the composite I will create again. There's a crop, there's a draw, a lot of things that you can use. Okay. Now I'm going to tackle the composite one because it's an interesting one. But there's a lot of information here. You can get the resolution, you can resize, you can rotate, you can do whatever you want. So for the composite, I basically want to add this text image to the background, and the background here, let's connect this one. If we test this, and you can see that the background is basically going to be just this color or this border. Okay, so I'm going to connect both, but make sure that the output file is background and the name is background as well. So if I connect these two together, and then I connect them to the edit image, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to change it to composite. And if I do, now we have two property names to put. And this one, if we hover over it, tells us this is the image that's going to be on top. So on top is going to be text, and the background is going to be background. Okay. And now there's operators here. You can multiply, you can minus. There's a lot of things you can add, but I want to add. I just want them to be added together. So if I run the workflow now, okay, I have an item here. Let's view it. And there you go. We have the image that we had and the logo, but I think I'm going to try over, because add is maybe, yeah. So over is the operation where it just adds the image on top of the other. Add has a more capabilities in terms of color and substrate colors or whatever. You can try over these. These are similar to the ones that you would find in softwares like Photoshop. But just think of the powerful, how powerful this node is, because I made this image now that I can download using N8N. So as you can see here, with only 2 images. Now this is an automation, right? You can hook this up to a front end that if you want to resize images, you can make a whole website based on that. This would be the back end, and the front end would be the website. It will take an image. It will take the user input of how much they want to resize the image, for example, and you will do that, and you would run the automation. Or you can composite stuff, you can blur stuff, you have a lot of options here in the operation. So there's also crop, resize, share, text. It has text to it. So there's a lot of operations for you to use. Edit image is not a very famous node, but I think it's a very beneficial one that you can try and incorporate in your automations. I am going to first get some data. It's very important to get data first. So I'm going to go over Google Sheets and I'm going to get rows. So I'm going to get the rows from this contacts database, which is basically a Google Sheet. I'm going to copy the ID here and I'm going to place it here in the ID section. Then I'm going to choose the sheet and I'm going to test. So this will get me all of basically the table that I had, okay? Now that I have these here, one thing I can do is I can pin them so I don't have to request again. Now, I have these data which are 7 items. Now, imagine a scenario where you want to take each row and do a series of actions on it. How would you do that? Now, if you go linear and start adding nodes here, you will not be doing multiple things per row. Okay. So what we want is to have a series of action getting made on each and every one of those rows. And to do that, we'll go over the loop. So if we say loop here, and you can see loop over items, split in batches, split data in batches, and iterate over each batch. So each batch here is a row. If we have 7 items here, each item is a batch, and then we can do iterate on them and work on them. Okay. So if I click on this, you can see it created 2 nodes. And it has all these things that are confusing, okay, at first. But it's very easy, trust me. So there is this loop over item. Now, if we double click on it, it only has a 1, so the number of items to return with each call. So it only has 1, okay? So this is saying that I want to take 1 from these 7 items and I want to process them. And this here says replace me. Basically, this is a dummy node. Okay. So, and here it has loop and it has done. So what this means and this goes back. So what this means is the first row goes in, it then goes into this path. It loops, right? It loops, it goes in and it loops over here. And once it's done, it goes to this done thing. Okay. So let us create like a simple node. We can do, for example, an edit data transformation, for example. Let's, for example, we can create a new, let's do a variable here, and then we'll grab whatever. So let's delete this since we don't need it. Okay. So the first item comes in and it goes through here, and we can, let's see, execute previous nodes. So there we go. So the first, I see 7 items, and then we have first item. So the first item, let's, for example, take this. Let's do an if node first. Let's do an if node. Just as an example, okay? So we now have if. Okay, so this goes over here, and so if what we want to say, if it's false, go back, right? So if it's false, go back, and if it's true, proceed to the other, to another one, okay? Let's see, another filter. I'm gonna add another node here. Okay, good. Can delete this. So we're looping over. The first item comes in, it goes here. If it's false, it goes back. It goes back to the second item, and if it's true, it goes to here. Okay. And what we want to check here, we want to check if the email. I want to check, for example, if the email contains Gmail. Okay. So if we run this, this will run 7 times. Let's test. Bam. Okay. So what happened is it's true. So it went to here. It's this, that. Let's see. Now we have batches of 2. So if it's true, let's do this. Okay, so 7 items done. So as you can see here, the two items are true and 5 items are false. But I want that if it's true to proceed to here to the second step. Okay. Okay, so so if it's false, go back. And if it's true, let's go to here. So this means that if we test the workflow now, what we get is we get 2 items only processed here and 5 items are false. Okay, this is exactly what we want. So in these 2 items that are true, we can do something like we can add to them, we can add them in a certain data set. We can do whatever we want to them. For example, we can take the email dot, for example, replace. We can remove the at with nothing, so that removes the at. But then we can extract based on the split. We can split based on the at, so that gives us what we want, I think. So yes, at, then we can choose the first one. Okay. Now we can do this, and this extracts the domain. Okay, then we can say this is domain. Now if we test this, then let's see the result here. So the first one, so here we're saying if we want the domains that are not, we can just say does not contain. Let's try does not contain. Perfect. Now we have 5. So domain test.com, lady.com, derek.com. Perfect. So now what we did is we said if it does not contain Gmail, right? And we can say or does not contain Hotmail as well. Okay. Then it's probably a so this is Gmail, so this did not go through. So I think it should be and, because both conditions need to be true. Okay, that now it works. So be careful of the and the or. So now we've made this, and what this does is it loops over each and every item and checks if the item has certain keywords or not. If it does, it takes it to the next step. If it doesn't, then it's false. Now, be careful of these loops. So a loop always needs to get back, right? Always needs to get back, because if you don't put this back, then the loop will just cancel out, will close, and you will not go over each and every item. So always make sure that the loop goes back and you're actually looping. So the action is looping. Looping is just going over, like iterating. Like in make.com, you have iterators that go over each and every one. Here we have the loop over items, would just go over a certain item. Now, what we can do now is we can create as many things as we want here. We can create another if, we can add things. So, and we're doing that to each and every item. See how powerful the let's rename this to domains. Just how powerful the loop over items is. Okay, I use this very often in my workflows. Okay, so to recap, the loop over items, when you have a stream of data coming and it consists of several items, and when you want to iterate over each item and you want to do a series of action over each item, whether it's checking for something, whether it's conditional, whether it's adding things to it, you always need to do a loop over items node. Then you have the capacity to do whatever you want. Always make sure that you close the loop. If you keep the loop open, then it just flies over and it doesn't go over each and every item. You always want to close the loop. And if you put an if, the false and the true needs to be closed as well. Okay? For our needs this time, we'll just do manual, because we just need to inspect and go over some of the basic stuff. And a very good way is to go over the edit fields. The edit fields, I have a lesson on YouTube, just go and watch that. It's a very basic but also very important node for you to use. Here you can create your variables, create your store stuff, and you can do a lot of things in there. So let us start. Today we're going to do string functions. So if you're wondering what is a string in basic terms for everybody to understand is a text. So any text that is built with characters, right? Any text that is built by letters, okay, is called a string. Now, let's name this string. And as you can see here, the type, there's several types. I go over these in my courses, as I mentioned before, one by one. So once you're in the community, make sure to check those lessons out where I go into each and every one of these and explain them. So we're going to choose string. And once we choose string, now we can start doing an expression. And a quick tip for you guys, if you want to switch to expression, you can either click here expression, or you can click the equal sign. It will immediately switch to an expression. Okay, as you can see here, if I go to fix and I click, it immediately goes. I don't have to go and click on this button. Anyways, so I'm now in expression mode, and expression mode means that I can write an expression, but I also can write just text here. It works as well. The fixed one is the one that is limited to only text, but the expression can handle both. So always just go for the expression one. That's what I do. So in order to write an expression inside of N8N, I just need to write double of these brackets, and once I do, it will just open up this menu where I can choose from. And this is how a syntax or an expression is built, by two brackets. If I want to build a string, which is text, I cannot just write text, because that's not how an expression, a string is. A string usually is wrapped between double quotes. So if I click double quotes here, as you can see, it turns into green and it says empty. So this is now an empty string. Okay, this is an empty string. So let me rename this. You know I like to rename stuff, right? It's a thing. So I'm going to rename this, and I'm going to rename this one as well. Okay, so if I test this now, you will see that the name string, but it's empty. And if I go to JSON, as you can see, it says string. It's called string, and it has no value inside because we didn't put anything. Okay. Now, if I now put something, say hello everyone, and then we test, as you can see, the result is a text. So here it gives us the result of whatever expression we put here. And if we test, we'll see that now we have a string that is called hello everyone. Perfect. So now we have a string here. All right. Now, this is building a string inside, right? This is building a string here, but you can just put, like, for example, have it fixed and say, hello, everyone, and then test, and you will have the same result. But what I want is, I want this expression so I can here at the end of the string between quotes, I can put dot, and then I can now access all of the functions that a string has. Now remember, we're dealing with a string, so these are functions related to a string. If we switch to another type, it will be a different kind of functions, okay? So every type of variable has a different type of functions. Now there are several bits here. There's the suggested, there's the edit, there's the query, there's the validate, and there's the case. And also at the end, there's the cast. So there's a lot here to go through, but the suggested one is the ones that are mostly used. This is why it gives you the suggested. But the suggested are scattered between all of these anyways. Okay? So let's go over some of them. So there's a lot of them that you might not use, but there's a lot of them that are very also important to know. Okay, so let us start with suggested. So includes, let's write includes. So now it gives us the result false because it includes needs a parameter. So I need to put in between double quotes, and I'll need to put like H. If I put H, it's true because it finds H in there. But if I put Z, then it says false because includes basically searches the string for whatever you want. Okay, I'm telling it, does the letter Z exist? It tells me no. If I say, does the hello exist? False, but I put it just one L. If I put two L, then it is true. So false, true or false is a Boolean type, okay? So this just makes sure that certain letters and certain words are in there. Another one is split. So a split gives us an array, right? An array. And a split usually splits here it tells you and it gives you an example. So it usually splits the string that we have into parts. Okay. So if I want to split based on a space, we will have hello and then world inside of an array. Okay. If I want to split based on and I don't put anything, it will split it all based on each and every character. Okay. If I want to split on based on the word the L, it will split HE, and then it will not include the letter that you specify. Okay, just keep that in mind. But this will result in an array of items. If I split based on Y, as you can see here, you'll have that. Split is very important. I encourage you to use it. There's a lot of use cases for it. So start with basically checks if it starts with a certain letter. So if we say starts with H, it will be true. It starts with Z, it is false. Starts with hello with one L, it is false. Start with hello with double L, it is true. Okay, just checks if the string starts with a certain character or word. Replace all is also very important. So replace all basically here gives you what it does. So if I want to replace all hello with, I want to tell it what do I want to replace it by hi. Okay, so it just replaces the word hello with hi. So if I want, this is good. I use this if, for example, if I'm doing a slug. If you don't know what a slug is, it's the URL of a like of a website. For example, a URL would be example.com dash contact, then slash, then contact dash us. This is the slug. And if I want to make a slug, what I would do is I would want to replace all the space with a dash. So now it gives me hello everyone. So this would be a slug if I want to make, for example, a blog post and I want to put the slug of that blog post. I can take the title and turn it into this format. Okay, so replace all basically searches for something. You had to give it two parameters. One, what do you want to search for? And then what do you want to replace it with? All right. So dot, moving forward. Length is also important. So length give you how many characters does this word has. So 14, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So it also counts the space. Okay. So these are the most important ones, and then we can go over some of the other one. So concact, for example, adds a word to the, for example, I want to add hello everyone, and I want to add a period. It adds it to the end. Okay. So whatever you put here, adds it to the end. Okay. If you want to add certain things to the string. Okay. So extract domain and extract URL email. This is good. I'll go through that. So let's change our string here to example at example.com. So when I say extract domain, it will just take this part and give it. Okay. And when I say I want the email, it gives us the email. Even if there's a lot of things here, it'll only give us the email. Okay, this is very beneficial. If you're, for example, scraping a website and you're searching for an email, this is a good use case for that. And then there's the other extract. There's the URL. So there's no URL here. So a simple URL would be for example, example.com. So the URL would be this one, the whole thing. If we only put the domain here, it will not give us anything. Okay. So this is the URL. And if we put, for example, here contact, then us, it gives us the whole thing. Okay. So the other one is the extract URL path, which is only the contact us. Okay. This is also very beneficial. So these are very beneficial ones for string functions. So the hash would be turning this into a privacy thing if you want to hide certain elements. The code is a good one. It will just take whatever you give it and put it inside double quotes. This is good if you want to make something a JSON, for example, or if you want to just add a code to whatever text you have. Remove markdown. So if you have any HTML markdown here, so for example, if you have P paragraph, it will remove it. Okay. So for example, if you scrape a website and it gives you the HTML, you can just remove markdown from here. But there's also another node that also removes markdown inside of N8N. So where we were, so remove markdown, remove tags, replace all. So I always use replace all because replace just so the first instance it finds, it just does that. But replace all, it searches for all instances that exists inside of the string. But replace only chooses for the first instance that it happened. Okay. So for example, if we say replace and we want to say E, replace E with A. And then see, it only took the E, the first one, and it didn't take then the other one. But if we say all, here it replaced everything. Okay, that's the example I was talking about. So always use replace all if you want to handle all instances. So replace special characters as the word says. So slice is a good one. So slice, you can, as the word suggests, you can slice a section of the string. And here is a good example. So if we say slice and we put double quotes and we put nothing, it gives us everything. If we say slice and then 0, sorry, it's not with quotes. If you say slice 0, it gives us everything. If you say slice 7, and as you can see now, it removed 7 characters from the beginning. If we say slice 3, it removes 3 characters from the beginning. Okay. And also we can go negative. Okay. And we can go within a range. So for example, I say I want 0, between 0 and 5. It only gives us the first bit. Or I can say minus 3 and it gives us the last bit. Okay. So this is just as, imagine you have a cake and you want to slice part of it. Here you can specify what you want to slice. And you can combine this with another dot length, for example, where you can specify that you want based on the length. So you want the other end to be the full length and the first bit you specify, so you know how much, because not all of the time we know how much characters we have. Okay. So slice is a good, also common one that I use. Split, we went through it at the beginning. So substring, it's the same thing as slice. I would say so. Use slice better. So to JSON string, so what this does is basically wraps it in quotes. Same thing as quote, but this is another one. Trim basically removes any spaces at the beginning. So if we say spaces at the beginning and end, trim just remove that. It's very good if you have spaces and you want to get rid of those. So if we put space in here, it exists, but it only works on the beginning and end, just to clean things up. So trim end, trim start, same thing. If you only want to trim the end, and if you only want to trim the start, this trim trims the start and end, and here you can have more control over what you want. So URL decode, URL encode, this is sometimes, here it gives you an example. Sometimes inside of the URL, you see these kind of letters like a percentage. These are usually replaced. So if I want to encode this, as you can see, this now is turned into this. All the dots and the slashes are switched to this format, right? So that this is how you encode or you decode a URL. I used this, I think, once in a workflow before. It's not very common to use, but sometimes you need to use it because you need to work with certain URLs that are encoded and you need to just decode them. So URL. Okay, now we go to the query. So ends with. So this makes sure if it ends with a certain things. If we say ends with S, true, and with Z, false, make sure that the end of the string ends with a certain thing and gives you true or false. So includes makes sure that the word includes certain stuff. So I want to make sure that it includes HTTPS. It gives us true. I want to make sure it includes T. It goes false. Okay. So this is includes index of. is also could be beneficial. So if I want to search what is the index of a certain thing, like the word HTTPS. So here it really consists of the first occurrence of the search string. Okay, so if we say example gives us at 8, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Exactly. So it always starts as 0. Remember that dot length that it gave us how many characters we have? Yeah, this if you want to search for something that exists or not. Now, if it doesn't exist, it gives you -1. If what you're searching, it doesn't exist, it gives you -1. This is also important to keep in mind. If you're searching for the index of a certain thing, use index of. So last index of, so returns the index position of the last occurrence. Okay, so the last occurrence. So if I say, for example, I have the word E. If I say E, it gives us the last occurrence. So it says 14. So here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 is the first occurrence. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 is the last occurrence. So it gives us the last index occurrence of a certain character that we're searching for. So we're at the query. Yeah. Then the length, we went through it. Then match search. So match is a matching with a regular expression. And like regex. So I don't know regex. I usually search ChatGPT to build me a regex, for example. If you want to build that, you can use ChatGPT. Here they give us an example. So this one will match everything that was starting with R. So this is the regex that searches for everything that starts with R. For example, let's change with E. Then it gives us the example. Okay. M, it gives us this. Okay. So regular expressions are very, very powerful. You can write for things even more. You can validate a phone number. You can validate an email, a URL, search for stuff. It's much stronger and much more developed. So just use ChatGPT to build your own regex, and match would allow you to insert a regex. So search, also search takes a regex. So here we're searching for anything with R. It gives us -1 because there's nothing starting with R. But if we say E, it starts with the index of 8. So another last, I think, yeah, start with is the same as end with that we last ends with and starts with are the same. So validate validates if something is a domain or not. If we say email, is this an email? It says false, correct. So is this a domain? False, because it has HTTPS. If we remove this, then it goes to true. This is a URL, it's not a domain. So if we say is URL, then this gives us true. This would say is empty. So is it empty? False, it's not empty. But if we go like this, is empty, then it's true. And there is not empty as well, which is the opposite of this one. So is numeric? False, because this is not a number. But if we put here 1, then it goes to true. Excellent. Very useful ones, to be honest. So then we have the case. So to lowercase, in case we have stuff like this, it will always make sure that we have it to. I use this a lot whenever I get text and I want to compare it or see that if it contains a certain thing with an if node. I just always do the two lowercase because I don't know what text I get, and it's always case sensitive. So I always make sure that it's lowercase, and then I compare it to a lowercase text. So validate, and we did lowercase, sentence case, Nate case, title case, uppercase. It's all the same. Okay. If we turn it to this uppercase, it will give us this version. And then lowercase, sentence case, and everything is sentence case just makes sure the first one is capital. Okay, and then as you can see here, after the period, it made it capital as well. Okay. So you're probably wondering what is a snake case? So this is a snake case, apparently. Okay, let's go. So we did the case, then the cast is actually transforming. So if you want to parse this to JSON, so if this was a JSON, this would parse it, but this is not a JSON. So here as an example, they give us this one. So this is a JSON, and once we parse it, we'll get the let's try that actually. Yeah. So now since we put it in this because it has already a bracket, and so we don't confuse N8N that this and this. So we'll put it in this single quote thing, not double quote. So when we parse it, we'll get an object with name and Nathan. Perfect. So let's get back to where we were before. This is parsing. It's also very important to know how to parse. In make.com, there's a node for parsing, okay? So to Boolean, so this is a true statement because it has something. This is false because it doesn't have anything. If we write no, then it's true as well because it is something. So it's always searches for something. If it doesn't find anything, then it's false. Then to number, cannot convert it to a number. So if we write a number here, so the number here is still a string because it's in double quotes. But when we say dot to number, then this is a number because we switch it to a number. Okay. Okay, so let's get back. I think we are, so to date and time, of course, it cannot convert this to date and time because this is a string. But if we say, for example, let's do it here, let's do this, and then take this, for example, and put it here, it will also not, sorry. Okay, cannot convert. Okay, so it needs to convert to date and time. Here, let's see. See it. We need to give it this format for it to convert to date and time. Yeah, I think because I just left date and time here. Yeah, see, there you go. So if you give it a date inside of a string, it can convert it to a date object. Okay. So the last ones that we are going through are just functions that transform things. So it transforms it to Boolean, transform it to date and time, then transform it to number. So if we go over, so we have the early ones are the edit ones that just slices, splits, replaces, and trims. And then the query one where you search for stuff inside of the string. Then the validate, which makes sure if the string is a certain is of a certain type, or if it contains a certain thing. And then the case here just switches to lowercase, smaller case, etc. and then the cast, which changes the type of the string to another type. All right. So we went through the string functions just as an overview and as a reminder of the string functions that we have. These are very, very important. I encourage you to use those functions. I use them in most workflows and that I do as well. To know that they exist is very important, because in the future you'll find yourself in a certain workflow, in a certain problem, and if you don't know that these exist, you'll just be wasting your time. But if you know, then you can always use them and solve your issues. All right, so I'm inside of N8N here. As you can see here, I have my trigger node, which is the first node that starts every workflow inside of N8N. So this is a very critical node and a very important node, because without it, you cannot trigger or start a workflow. There's a lot of ways for you to trigger a workflow. I have a lesson on that on YouTube. You can check that out. But in this instance, I want to just go ahead and trigger manually, because I just want to test at this point. So in order to test an array, what we need to do is create an edit. Let's create an edit field. What the edit field does is you basically create variables inside of this. So whenever I create edit field, now there's two ways you can do that. I already have a video about edit fields on my YouTube channel. You can check that out as well. So I'm going to create a new variable, and now you can see here the variable name, the type of the variable, and the value that we have here. Okay, so I'm going to name this array 01. I'm going to name it as an array. Okay, so inside of the value of this, now we can write a value of an array. Now, how we need to do that is simple. First, we need to put the equal sign. So the equal sign turns it into an expression. Other way you can do it, you can just toggle expression, but for me, the shortcut is much easier. So now since I have I can start writing a variable. So I start with the brackets here, and then I can start with writing this. So as soon as I write this type of brackets here, these ones, it turns into an array, because these are the sign inside of an expression that this is an array. Okay. So if I write things here, it will write null, because I need to structure it in a way that it understands that this is an array. So an array, imagine it as a briefcase of items inside of those. Okay. So those items can be different types of items. Could be text, could be numbers, could be dates, could be objects, could be whatever the type of these items inside of the briefcase. Let's start with a string, which is a text. So we put the quotes and let's write J. Okay, as you can see here, it gave us J. Okay, so now this array, if you execute this step, this array, as you can see here, it's an array named array01, and it has the value J inside of it. Now the value inside of this called array01 as well, but as you can see, as you notice here, it has the position 0. Now if I add more to this, let's add, for example, now as you can see here, the position 0 of this array has Jake, and the position 1 has Lisa. And this is very important, because selecting which position, because we can select based on position inside of an array. Okay, so now we have the basic array. You know how to write a basic array. It has 2 strings. What if we want to add a number? We can just add a number here, like 3. And then we execute. As you can see here, 3 has the last one. Notice that we didn't put brackets on the 3, because we want 3 to be number, right? A number, or in coding terms, they call it integers sometimes, because it's a round number, and they call it floats when it has a number with a decimal. Okay. Anyways, so now we have an array that has string and that has text and numbers. Now we can add more. We can add an array inside of an array. Okay. We can add Jaden here, and let's execute this step. And as you can see here now, we have an array inside of an array. So this array here has jading inside of it, okay? So it's an array inside of an array. Now we can name this array, right? We can name this array whatever we want, and we can add to it as well. But anyways, this is adding an array. Now we can add also an object inside of here. So we can write it like this. For example, groceries. Lettuce. Okay, okay. So as you can see here, because inside of this array, we have groceries and we have the term lettuce to it. So number 3 inside of the array, then number 3, what it has an object inside of it. It has a key value pair. The key here is groceries and what's inside of it is lettuce. But we will handle objects later on. Okay, I don't want to overcomplicate things here. So now we have 2 names and a number. Okay, so execute this one and I have that one. Okay, so now what we want to know is the functions that we can manipulate this array based on. Okay, and to do that, we just need to write dot here. Now, as soon as we write dot, we will get here the functions, first of all, the famous functions of an array, and then all of these here as well, the things that you can do with an array. First one is an important one, which is length. So whenever I put length here, I get 3. Why 3? Because we have 3 items, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, length is very famous one. Last here, it tells us which is the last one, and of course there's a first. You can write here and you can find it here first and it gives you the first one. Then what we have includes. So includes is very important. Here it tells us what it needs. So it needs to search for something. So if I write 3, or if I write 3 like this, because it's a number, it tells me true, 3 exists. If I write Jake, does Jake exist? Yes, it exists. If I write Jake without the case sensitive thing, it tells me false. So it has to be case sensitive, okay? So this makes sure that the array includes a certain item. Now map is what I will go over that later on, but it's a much more complex usage of an array here. Okay, so as you put it here, creates a new array by applying a function to each of the elements inside of the array. Okay, so if you want to go over this array and add something to each one of these, okay, and then you can do this item, then you can multiply if you want. I think they have an example of a text as well. Yeah, you can like dot to uppercase here. Let's try that. So as you can see here, what is happening with the map? It's mapping each one, means it takes each one of the items inside of the array, and it runs it to a certain thing. So it ran it into a function called uppercase. So it made everything uppercase. So a map is a way to apply something to every and each part of the array. Okay. Now it could be a number. If it's all numbers, we can add to it. We can multiply it by 2 as the example. If it's a text, you can apply a function of a text, and also it also does it in terms of objects as well. Okay. So let's go. We went for filter. So what filters? It filters. It gives you the result right here. It's the same thing. One item is true, so it gives us 2 items, right? If we say false, nothing here is false. What we can do here as well, if we have numbers, we can filter by number. If the age is a certain thing, it comes back to us with that as well. If we want, you can have item dot length, and then you want to be smaller than 4, nothing, 6, then it gives us, okay? So it searches here for every item that the length of it is less than 6. Okay, and then it gives us everything here. So filter gives us the difference is map applies something to each and every one of those. Filter gives us only we want to select certain parts of the array that follows a certain condition. So it's like a filtering system. All right, filter here. Let's see what else. So append basically adds element to the end of the array. Let's, for example, try Lily. Right, so as you can see here, it added Lily to the end. It's a way to add to the end of the array. Okay. So chunk, what chunk does, it splits the array. Okay. If you want to split the array, you can do that. So let's split it on 2, 1. So as you can see, 1, it splits it. After the 1, it makes it 2 arrays. Okay. So you can split the array into several arrays with a chunk. 1. The concat is an important one as well. So what concat is, it adds it to the end of the base. So it's simple to append as well. Similar to append. So find, similar to filter, it finds a certain element and gives you back. First, we went over that. So index of is important. So if you want to search for certain elements here, like Lisa, what is the index of Lisa? So what is the number here? Because Lisa now, as you can see, it's in 1, position 1, index 1. So it gives us back index. If we search for Jake, it gives us 0. And if we search for H, for example, which is non-existent, it gives us -1. So the index of is a good, if you want to search for something, if something exists, you can make a condition node, like an if node, that if it's -1, then the element doesn't exist. Okay. Okay. So find, as we can say, as we said, it gives us the number back. It searches for something and gives us back the result. Similar to filter. Index of, so is empty. So is this empty? False, because it has elements inside of this array. Is not empty is basically the exact opposite. Join is very important one, because join basically takes what the array contains and joins it together, right? And here we can specify what we want it to join it with. We can join it with a space. We can join it with a new line. We can, I think with a new line, we need to do like that. So, yeah, we can join it with 2 dots. Whatever you want, whatever you specify is exactly what it will join it with. Okay. And here they give you examples of what you need to do. But the result is not an array. The result is a text. Okay. Keep that in mind. Join is very important. So merge, what merge does, merges 2 objects, arrays into 1 object. So it makes it 1 object. Very low use case of this one. So pluck removes. So pluck, it returns an array, but it removes whatever you want to remove, like Lisa here. See. So apparently it works on objects. Yeah, it works on object. This is why it didn't work in our case. So we need an object. Okay. So pluck here, we did random item, gives us 1 random item. That's a very important one, I think, use case if you want to just select a random item. Where we were. Reduce. So reduce applies a function to the array, and you can run that function Yeah, takes okay. It's more for numbers. Okay. I never used reduce before. Let's see what else. Rename, reverse. Reverse is good. It reverses the structure of an array. The last one becomes the first one, and the first one becomes the last one. Nice. I can see use cases for that. Slice. So what slice does, so returns a portion of the array. Okay. So let's say slice 1, it returns Lisa, only Lisa, because Lisa is at number 1. If we say slice 0, it returns everything. Slice 2, there's nothing at position 2. Okay. So it has a start number and an end number. Okay. So slice 2, 4, it gives us, okay. We can add things here, like, for example, Lily, James. And then we can say slice 2, 3, and it gives us only Lily, because if you can say 0, 1, 2, 2 is Lily, and then 3 is James, so it gives us only Lily. Okay. Now, if we had more, like if we had 4, then we could say Lily and James are the ones selected. So it's a good way to select a chunk of the array if you know the index of each one. So sort, it sorts the array as it sounds, right? Here it's sorting them alphabetically, right? But if you have numbers, you can sort as well with numbers, small to big. And so yeah, here they have an example. And they can reverse the alphabet as well. Okay. It's a good way to sort the array if you need. The default option just sorts alphabetically. Sort. So to JSON string. So if we try this, it gives us the JSON string of it exactly as we want it, like the exact array. And what else do we have? Unique to spliced, add or remove elements of the array at a given position. Okay. So start number as well, it gives us, okay. So let's start by, if we say 1, it gives us only 1 and deletes basically everything inside of the array from 1 onwards. So Jake is 0, 1 onwards is deleted. Okay. So if we say 3, let's say 2, 3, 4. Okay. So it starts from 2 and deletes the rest. 0, 1, 0, 1, 2. Okay, this is position 2, which is Lily. And then everything else gets deleted, and we only have these Jake and. So if you want, we can increase this 3. From position 3 onwards, it gets deleted. And if you want to start from the early 1, 0, 1 onwards, gets deleted. Okay, so it's a good way to delete parts of the array by specifying the start and the end. What, of course, I mean index. Okay. Union. So basically it concasts 2 arrays and then removes any duplicate. Okay. So I think with union, it needs 2 arrays. So it adds 2 arrays together and removes duplicates. Let's see what else. Yeah, I think that's basically it. Unique gives us the unique. Let's say if we add another James here. So it only gives us 1 James because it only gives us the unique one. Okay, good. So let's see here. I think we went through most of these. Yes. So I think the suggested one gives you the most important ones, with the map filter includes last, length and last, first. These are important one. Find, important one. Index of is very crucial and important as well. Is empty, is not empty. Join I use a lot because I want to turn an array into a string of text. I use that. So one more thing I want to show you with an array is, let's go to this execute step, is basically whenever I use an array inside of it, I use a split if I want to have each item separate. So I grab the array here and I say execute. And now, as you can see here, from one item, now we have 4 items. And each item is in one, it's separated. Okay, so now whatever node that comes after this one will iterate over each item of this one. Okay, so I went from one. It's like the same iterate to an aggregator if you come from make.com. Okay, so everything that comes after this will be executed 4 times. So be careful of that. Now, if I want to get this back into an array form, the aggregate node does that, and I just need to grab this here, and I aggregate, and then I got back the array, so we're back to 1 item. Okay, this is very important for you to understand, is splitting an array gives us several items, and these items will now be iterated over 4 times. Whatever comes here, if it's an AI agent, if it's whatever, it will execute 4 times. So be careful of that. But if you want to get back the array together, stitch everything together inside of an array again, you use the aggregate node to stitch that up. So split and aggregate are very important whenever you deal with an array inside of N8N. What we need to do and to grasp is that in N8N, it's not like make.com. So in N8N, you have to make a workflow for errors. Yes, a specific workflow for error. So what you need to do is click on this add and say error. And here we have an error trigger with this bug icon. Once you click on it, there's nothing here to do. Okay? So this error trigger, what it does is that this triggers whenever there is an error, right? So this is a separate workflow, and this has the lightning bolt. So what this means is that this is a trigger, so it can be triggered from an external workflow. Okay. So what do we need to do? So now that we have this trigger, we can test. Okay. Then what we need to do after that, we need to do something with it, right? So we now know that there's an error, okay? But what we need to do is, how do we know that there's an error? So we can either send it per email, right? You can send an email, and then inside here, see the error triggers values here, right? You can say it's a text. Let's say it's a text, and let's say there was an error, and then you would say workflow name, and then you drag the workflow name. Okay. And then you would say, for example, the error, what is the error message, right? And then you would bring this here. And then what we could do also, I think that would be enough. We can do date if we want, but it would be the date of the email, so no need for that. So that's all we need to do. Like this, whenever an error happens, send me an email, tell me which workflow and what was the error. So once we have that hooked up, we can save. And okay, so we can save this workflow, and then we're basically done. Okay, now you can use an email, you can send a Discord message, for example. You can send a Slack message, for example. Choose whatever you want, how you want to be notified, what is the best way to reach you. Okay, And then once we set that up, that's it we need to do for here. What we need to do is just name it error workflow or whatever you want. Okay, and then we go back. And here we can, for example, go to any of these workflows. And what we need to do is we need to tell this workflow that if there's an error, go and trigger the other workflow. And to do that, we only need to go to the settings and go to the error workflow here. And now you see there's no workflow. That means if there's an error in this workflow, there's nothing will be done, right? It will trigger an error and it will stop. And this is really dangerous if you are running a business. So you need to have this workflow there. So you can choose the error workflow that you have and you say save. Okay. Now that this is saved, now you know that if there's an error in this and it's triggered, the other workflow will be triggered and the email will be sent with all the details that you need. Okay. Now you need to do this on every new workflow that you create. Make sure that you have the error in the settings. You have the error workflow set up. Okay. Error workflow. So another thing we need to keep in mind when it comes to errors is that it's per node. Okay. Let's say, for example, let's go back to our error workflow, for example. Okay. So let's create an HTTP request node, because usually these nodes they trigger a lot of errors, timeout and whatsoever. So what we could do is we could set up a workflow that, or like if we have a conditional, for example, like this is a very specific situation, right? And if we want to say that if this is false, trigger an error. Okay. And to do that, we can do this node. And this is what I wanted to explain. Okay. So there's this node called stop an error. What this node is, it will stop the workflow and it will trigger an error. And this could be useful in situations where you want certain data to be present before you continue. And you cannot continue before that data. And if that data is not there, it will ruin all the workflow. Then you could say, okay, check if this data is there. Great, continue. If this data is not there, trigger an error. And the error message, you could specify the message. We didn't have, or data was not present, for example. And then when this gets triggered, as you know what gets triggered, right? The other workflow gets triggered with the message that you sent here. Okay. So this is you creating the error because you need certain data to be there. And it's not okay to continue the workflow if that data that is crucial for you to for your workflow to function properly. If that data is not there, always trigger an error, stop the workflow, trigger an error, and let me know, right? And if we don't have an error workflow set, we wouldn't know. So this has to be tied up with the workflow, with the error workflow that you have to create before. Okay. One more thing I want to touch on is the inside the node itself. So if you go to the node itself and you go to settings, now here we have the retry on fail, right? Retry on fail. So if you remember, inside of make, there's this break handler that you can specify how many times to try if it doesn't work. Okay. Inside of N8N, it's inside of the node itself. You go to settings on any node. So there's something called retry and error. And then you tell it how many times you need to retry. So you tell it, for example, try 3 times, and each time wait 3 seconds between each time. Okay. And if all fails, what you need to do is you can either continue, ignore that there's an error, okay, continue and prompt the error, or just stop the workflow. Okay. So these are the options that you have. So to recap, three main parts, okay? First of all, create an error workflow. It is essential that you create an error workflow and set it in all your workflows. If there is something, you'd get notified is either via email, via message, or via whatever way to get to reach you. Second thing is, if you want to trigger an error in certain situations that certain data are crucial for you, you can create this stop and error node. That's two. The third part is that in every node, there is retry and fail, and especially for timeout requests or for certain nodes, you can specify how many times you need to try. Okay, and that solves a lot of the errors that you get. So let's first go to Google Sheets. Okay, so we have a Google Sheet. Now we have all of these, right? We can create a spreadsheet, we can delete, but the most important thing we want to go over today is getting a spreadsheet and getting its data, adding to the spreadsheet, updating and deleting. This is the most important ones that you can that you would use more often, okay? First, let's get. So getting is very important because you need to get your data for you to visualize that, okay? And in order to do that, we're going to go over to the sheet that we want to have, which is this context sheet. And the thing is with N8N, because if you go self-hosted, sometimes it doesn't show you here your list, right? Because it's self-hosted. The cloud version does not have that, from what I heard. But with self-hosted, now you have that issue. It is connected to my account and everything, but it fails to retrieve the list. So in order to do that, we need to get the ID. So the ID is this piece of line of characters here that you need to copy and then go here and choose by ID, right? And then once you paste that from the list, it automatically loads your sheet. So it only has this problem just locating the document. Now that we are in, we can test this step. And there you go. Now we have our table that we see here. Now we see it here. Perfect. Now we got our data. So first thing I like to do is spin the data so I don't get to make more requests to Google Sheets. So now that you can see it's spin, we have 7 items here. Now we got these items, we can do whatever we want in them. So this is by its own an essential step to getting your data from Google Sheets. Now, what if we want to add a new row, like a new contact, okay? What we can do is go to Sheet and then let's append. It's called append and it's not called add, okay? So append, what this does, we need to also give it the ID of the document. We give it the ID and we are going to say sheet. Now, what we have here is we either tell it to automatically figure out what we need to add from the previous node or map column manually. And then it just tells us, okay, here are the columns that you have. Tell me what you want to add. Okay, so let's add a new one. Let's call it James. And it will be James at james.org and just put a random number. Okay, so now it's called hard coding. Now we're hard coding our data because usually we don't do that. We just have something like we're scraping something from the internet and we just put the values in here. We don't hard code them, but just for the purposes of showing you, we can do that. Now, if we hit test step, there you go. Now, the thing is, it added all of these. Now, why did it do that? Simply because here we have 7 items coming out of this. So this node will now execute 7 times, okay? Because it has 7 items getting out of that, okay? Now, if we don't want that, we can remove this and we can connect this directly here. Let's remove that. So always be careful the items that are going in, okay? So let's test this step again. And now we know that this item, the output here is now it added this one. Perfect. Now we added a row. We knew how to add a row. We now know how to get the rows. We know how to add a row. Let's now know how to update a row. So let's go to Google Sheet, something called update. Yes. So let's connect it to the trigger, and then go here and let's by ID. Oh, I forgot. Let's get the ID again. It's good to have your ID as a variable, then you can always connect it. Actually, I'm going to do that. So I'm going to create a new variable here, and I'm going to call it ID, and I'm going to put it here. And then now every node would have this as a start. Okay, so now I execute the previous, and now I have the ID. I'll just need to put it here, and then I can choose a sheet. Perfect. So here we said manual, and he says, what column do you want to match? So how do I know which item you want to update, right? Now let's say, okay, there's row number. Let's say row number. Okay, using to match. Okay, we could say, or let's say, because we don't know exactly, let's say we want to adjust the James one, right? James here, we want to adjust the James row, and we want to change the email from this to .com. That's all what we want to change. Now let's test that. Perfect. Now it tells us, okay, now you can see now James has changed exactly as we want it to be. Okay. So with the update, what you want to do is make sure you want to tell Google Sheets which row to update, because it doesn't know. So in order for you to know, for you to tell it what row you need to update, you just need to select which one. Okay, and based on what you select, and you tell us, you should tell Google Sheets which value. Okay, we now know the name. You know the name. Okay, give me the name of the row that you want to update. If we say, okay, I know row number, then okay, give me the row number for me to know what to update. Okay, just keep that in mind. Okay, now what we want to go over next is put that in here. Let's Ctrl C, Ctrl V to duplicate this, and I am going to connect it to this, and then this I want to delete, and I want to create a new. I want to go over the delete one, so not the delete sheet. I want delete row all columns from a sheet. Okay. Now this rarely I use this, but let's test it. So we want to get the ID from the. Okay, let's get the ID from here. And then let's choose the sheet. But I didn't want to delete that. Okay, so here you tell it to delete. Okay, it says, what do you want to delete? Do you want to delete rows or columns? Let's say row. Then it tells you from where to where. So this is a powerful thing inside of Google Sheet, because now you can give it a range, or you can give it one. Okay, so let's start. So this is the first rows, which is the header. Let's say we want to delete 9. So let's want to delete row number 9. Okay. So here, So if we say 9, then we only want to delete 1. Let's test that. It says true. There you go. James got deleted. Okay. So with the delete one, you have to tell it from where you want to start and where you want to add. Now this could be this could be deleting thousands of rows. You could be deleting thousands of rows in just one click, but you just need to tell it from where to start. So the start point, and then how many. So the start point could be row number 120. This is where you start. And then you tell it, okay, delete 300 rows from that point. Okay? So this is an easy way for you to understand how you delete the rows. Now, also you can delete columns if you wish. Okay? So, wow, let's get back to this. Okay. What we learned today is we learned how to get rows, read them. We know how to add rows. We know how to update information on a row, and then we knew how to delete a row or a column. So I have the trigger here. So let me go ahead and see Supabase. So we have this node, and it basically has all of these main ones. So create row, delete row, get many rows, and update row. These are the most things you need from your database. All right, let's start with the get many. So as we click on it, you see you need to import your Supabase account by creating new credentials. You'll need your host and your server secret role. You can get that if you go to your account, and if you go to, now I am in this project, so I created a project. You just need to go to project settings and data API. This is the URL. So you'll put this here, and you need this service role secret, reveal, and copy, and you paste it here, and that's it. You don't need to do anything else. Okay. So let's go ahead, and first we need to create, let's go to tables. Now I have this, I need to create a table. So I'll create one, and I'm going to call it contacts. And then here where I could add the field. So I basically want all of this. So it's name, email, and number. So its name, and the type would be text, and then email, and the also text, and then we have number, which is numeric. Okay. So I have all these are automatically added. So the ID and the created at, just leave them as is. I'm going to create save, hit save. So it's going to create the table. It's quite easy to use Supabase, and it's quite fast as well. So if we go here, so we're getting many, and what we need to do is only select the table after it creates it. So it's adding 5 columns to there you go. It added what we wanted there. So I'm going to go ahead and go to contacts here, and I'm going to download this as a CSV. And then I'm going to import them. So it's now adding them. There you go. It added them from the CSV, so I don't have to redo them again. There you go. So if we go back here and we let us refresh. There you go. It showed up, contacts. Now I want them all. I can limit, right? And I can do filters. But I want to see them all first. Let's do this test. There you go. It got back the results. And as you can see, it's quite fast, right? It's really good. Now I can do filters here, so I can add a condition where, for example, I could select the row, let's say the email. Let's see what we have here. It's a string. Let's see, we can say full text here, search function. We have equals, we have greater than, and so is. So you have all of these filters to choose from. And you can limit, right? You can limit, and let's see if we say, yeah, then if you can limit to 50 and with a filter of string, and then you have to do this filter, okay? You can go ahead to this guide in order for you to know. But let's go ahead and return all for now. And let's not have filters. So I have everything here set up, okay? So let's do the other one. So put that here. Add another one. Let's add a new row. So create row. I will choose the contacts, and then I will define below and then add. And here I would say what field do I want to add. So I want to add first the name. So I'm going to add a new name. Let's see here. Okay. Let's add Luke. And then what other filters do we want? We want the email for Luke. It will be luke@luke.com. And what else? Let's add the number. Okay. With that, there you go. We added the field and we have the create operation. So let's test that in. Perfect. Okay. So let's see what it did. Let's refresh. There you go. It added 7 because of the same issue that I mentioned in the last video. Because let's go back here. Right? We put it right after this, and there's 7 items here. So it immediately creates this operation 7 times. Okay, but just be aware of that. So that's adding a new row. We saw that it added the row here. Okay. Let us go back and see if we can update. So I'm going to remove this and Supabase, and then let's update. I'll put this here. If I click on this and I'm going to select the contacts, and then here it tells me I need to select a condition. So where the name equals to Luke. So here I would say I want to adjust the email. I want it to be luke@gmail.com. Okay. So here what I did is I wanted the update operation on the row. So, and then we wanted to select which column, what is the filter then? So which rows am I updating? So I'm updating for the name that is equal to Luke. And then here you have all of your columns, and here you have all of your operations in here. And then I said I want to update the email. So let's go ahead and test. So the expression evaluated to falsy. Let's see. So let's see all. Okay, let's try this. And then let's test. It tells us that field to send, we're sending the email. Okay, and we're doing this. Build manually. The name, and we want it to be equals to Luke. Let's see if Luke is there. Okay, it is there. Okay. All right, so if we see here, if we refresh, we know that we have here the value, right? And if we put that we wanted to change to Gmail with the name equals to this and we test here, there you go, it worked. So now if we see here, it was like this, and if we refresh, and now it's now at Gmail. Okay, so what we did is we said update, we selected the table, we then selected the condition. So we're updating. What are we updating? We're updating the name when it is equal to this value. Okay, we now selected the field that we want to update. Now, what do we want to update in that row? So we want to update the email to this one. There you go. So that's updating. So we retrieved, we created, we updated. Let's see if we can delete. There you go. We have a delete. Put that here. So delete. By the way, you can use only one and all of the operations are here, okay? So we selected the table and now we have to do the same thing we did before. So we want to select a condition. So what do we want to delete? And we only need to select the condition, okay? Because it deletes the whole row. So we want to delete the when it's equal to, so we want to delete Luke that we just added, okay? We can see it here, and now we want to delete it. We set the filter, the name is equal to Luke, and let's test. There you go. So it tells us that it deleted this one. Let's refresh. There you go. It removed it. So this is deletion. And one thing about Supabase, the awesome thing is that it creates this ID primary key that is automatically added with each field. Now in Google Sheets, it does row number, but it's not visible, right? And sometimes it's hard to retrieve that. But in Supabase, it does this, and it's visible, and you can select by it. Okay. So if you go back to here, there you go, and you can build. So you can build manually, you can delete manually, or you can delete with this expression that you can learn more about here, right? So you can build an expression, or you can just ask ChatGPT to build you an operation like that. Okay, so that's deletion. Okay, so that's the main parts you need for your database, right? First of all, get all rows, create a row, update a row, and delete a row. And you saw how fast it was, how easy it was, how easy to authenticate, to add an account was, and doesn't give you the headache of free authentication. You set it once and that's it. So I encourage you to use Supabase. I migrated a lot of my workflows to Supabase from Google Sheets. It's quite reliable and it's quite nice. What we want to do is get access to my Airtable account. So I'm going to go over to Airtable and I'm going to choose actions here. And I'm going to, now there's a lot of actions. You can create a record, update, delete, get, search, or update. So there's a lot of things here we can do. Let's first get, let's search, for example, first. Okay. So here I have my account here. You can add your account. You can add another account here. You only need is the access token that you can create in the settings in your Airtable account. It's right in here in the personal access tokens. You can create one. All right. So let's go back. I have here in my workspace, I have a base called contacts, and inside of it, there's a table with some contacts. All right. So in Airtable, I want to search. Here I can select the base and I can choose the table and I can do a filter by formula or return all. Let's try with return all. And then we have 7 items right here with their ID, name, and everything. So it's a very good way to return everything this way. Okay. And here we have options and sorting rules that we can do. Sorting, of course, you can sort ascending or descending. Okay. Very, a lot of control here. And here you have the filtering. If empty, all records will be returned. You can put your filter. Now, here I can also search for a record or for base. Now, let's go ahead and create. So when you create one, they will put you all the fields that you need to fill. Let's try to do one. It's called test 02 and called test 02 at hotmail.com. And then I'll grab one of those numbers and add a little bit to it. So I added everything here. I have only some options and I can do test step. There you go. It told me that it created the field. Let's go ahead and refresh. And there you go, the field that we just created. Now let's say I want to delete. So if I delete, then I would need a record ID. Okay. So I could put the record ID here and then it will just delete. What if you don't have the record ID? Then here you would search for that. So we'll use this. We used the search operation before, right? You search and you filter and you get the record ID that you want. Okay. So if we test this and deleted is true, and we can go ahead in here and we found it deleted. All right. So let's go ahead and see what else we can do. What is this get? Get also needs a record ID to get whatever ID that you want. Okay. So let's go ahead and add one here. Can duplicate this one actually. All right. So here, this would be search. And then if we test this, we'll get all the IDs. Let's say I want to delete this one. And from here, I can say this is the record ID I want to delete. All right. So if we run this now, oh, I'm sorry, the record that I want to get, if we run this now, yeah. Oh, that's weird. They all have the same ID. Oh no, this is the ID that I want. Yep. Sorry. So that is the ID that I want here. So if I test now, yeah, there you go. It brought back. Why it brought back 7? Well, because I have this running. I have 7 items here, so it will definitely do 7 items after it. Okay. So what we can do here is put a limit. If we want limit, then we can limit it to 1, and then right, if we run this now, we will only have 1 item here, and then we can drag the ID of that item here. Okay, and then test, and then we'll have 1. Okay, so that's the get. What else we said we have? We did the search, we did the delete, we did the create. Now there's an update one, and update, it has, of course, a column to match. So you need to put the ID here, or what we can do is get this one, put it there. So now it will search for anything with this ID, and then it will alter whatever you want. Let's change the number, and let's hit test. There you go. It says that okay, there you go. It's totally and quickly updated the whole thing. All right, so this is update, and I think that's it. So we can create, delete, get, and search. Get, you need an ID because it gets a specific one. Search, you can search for certain things that has a certain filter, or you can search for everything. Update, we went over what update is. So one last thing I want to go over is a trigger. Airtable provides a trigger, especially made for Airtable. So if you go to Airtable, and then there's a trigger here. So on Airtable event, inside of here, you can set up the trigger. So select your account and then choose how frequent you want to get an update. So you can say every minute, and then it requires you to go ahead and get the if I say here, sorry. So the base, you can go ahead and get the base. Let's see where the base is. I think the code is here. So I think this is the base and this is the table. Let's try. So by ID, so that's the base, and then the URL, the ID here is, let's go table. It starts with TBL. So as we expected, this is the table here. All right, then it says we need to get a trigger field, a created time or last modified time. Okay, let's go in here. Let's create a date. Or can we say created time? So we'll add a created time. Oh, it's taking a while. Okay, so it is called created. So let's get here. Trigger field is created, and then let's fetch that element. Here you go. So this is the test event. All right, so we got the latest updated one, and that's the whole point of this trigger. So this checks every 1 minute if there's any changes in the base and the table and the field that you set for, and it keeps on updating you if there is any changes. If there's no changes, there will be no update. So the OpenRouter is a great service that using OpenRouter, you can have access to all of these models. So that's basically most of the models that you would want and you would even think of. What you need to do is just create an account and then go to credits and add some credits here. And using this credit, you will be able to use most of the AI models. What you need to go over is here, you go to keys and grab your API key to use it. I created a new workflow here in N8N. I'm going to name it all right. So I have this node open and I have this first trigger step. The first trigger step is the way that the workflow or the automation starts. What we need to do is search for OpenRouter. So I'm going to click add and search for OpenRouter. And as you click, it will open, and then you can see that this OpenRouter is basically an LLM chain connected to a model, and the model is the OpenRouter chat model. And here we have the chat message. So basically, you send a message using the LLM chain and using this model, okay? So if this is the node that we want to investigate, here you need to add your credential. If you remember, I told you to grab your key from here. So grab your key, and after you add some credits, you'll be able to paste it here. And once you do, you'll have access to all of these models, okay? Here you have additional options that you can play with. So once you do that, there's nothing more here to set up, okay? The actual work is here. So in the basic LLM chain, here you can specify that, okay, I want this to take whatever chat I put in this node. You can specify that, or if you want to define whatever prompt in here, okay? And then here you can also add the basic system and user message in order to customize how your model will behave. I'm going to keep it for the chat in here. And I'm going to go ahead and test this. So what I'm going to ask is, can you please write me an epic resignation letter? Then I'm going to hit send, and then you will see it here working, right? And then you will have the answer here. I'm using the ChatGPT 4, and then you can see, there you go. So here's the epic one. I hope you okay. So it's a bit over because I said epic. So it is a very, together we celebrated victories, tackled challenges, and forged friendships. Who uses the word forged? I just don't know. Anyways, so this is basically how you can use the OpenRouter to access all of the AI models that are present currently. You can do it easily with this chat model. You only need to create an account, put some funds in here, and then OpenRouter will pay all of the AI services. You only need to pay OpenRouter, and then you can choose whatever you want in terms of AI models that you would like to use. All right, so that was it. I encourage you to use more the OpenRouter node here. The model, the chat model, is very useful. First, you need to go to community nodes. This can be accessed if you click on the three dots here and go to settings. Then inside of the community node section here, you need to install. But first, let's go ahead and see what we want to install. We want to install the Perplexity node, which is, well, Perplexity is really getting good, especially with the last updates. Plus, it has access to the internet and it's very, very smart. So let's go back to here. So I want to install, and I'm going to put the name of the node. it needs to start with N8N nodes and then the name, okay? So I click the checkbox and click install. All right, it tells me that it is not found. Let's see. Maybe I didn't copy it correctly. Try again. Okay, let me refresh. Maybe we need to grab all of these. All right, so that installed it. So I just needed to grab all of the name. So let me go back to here and I will hit save first and then refresh. So I need to search for Perplexity. There you go. So for community node, it usually adds a cube to it. So you know that it's a community node. I'm gonna click on it and then you have the create chat completion. All right, so it immediately added this trigger, which is a manual trigger. So a trigger is the first step you start your workflow. A manual trigger cannot be activated right from here because you need to activate it manually. So for this, first we need to add our credentials. So I'm going to add my API key and get back to you in a second. All right, I just added it and I'm going to click save. Perfect, says the credentials went through. So I have my account now, so I can have a chat completion and then I can select the model. All right, so now I can choose. So which type, so if it's a user, or let's say I'm a user, and here you have extra fields that you can create. Let's say, let's search for can you, or let's say, what are the top 10 community nodes for N8N? All right, so let us test this and see what we get. There you go. So we have these results. So we have all of this. So the message is, I couldn't find a complete list of the top. However, I provide you some information on the community nodes. Okay, so it gave us the number one. Okay, evolution. Okay, so it gave us a list of the nodes that are there. All right, so there you go. That's your answer from Perplexity with a specific Perplexity node. Now, before this, what we used to go through is go to HTTP request, and then here we needed to choose between get or post, and then send the body, and then get a JSON, and then specify the authentication, put my API key, and it's very much, I mean, it's doable, right? But it's a long process and it can be hard for beginners. But with this community node, right, it does everything for you. So it does all the requests, the API, and everything. You only need to give it what you want. In this case, we have a chat completion and we have We can choose between system user and assistant, and then we put what we want, and then we test and we get exactly what we want, right? If we put an edit fields after this, right? Then you can see here all the search results that it went through. It gives us all the search results and the links, and then it responds with the message. Inside of the message, there will be a content, and then there you go. All right. So I encourage you to use Perplexity more, because with the recent models, it's been getting very, very, very interesting and very, very smart. There are things that ChatGPT doesn't really get, or doesn't really answer me what I want. Only Perplexity can do it. So in a nutshell, the you get the nodes from here. I will include the link in here, and then you add it to the community nodes right here, and then you will have access to this. To install a community node on a self-hosted N8N, which what I have, you need to go to settings here. So you go to settings and then go to community nodes. And here you go, you can install the community node. Now, to find out what other community nodes are, you can hit browse if you don't know the community node name, because you need the community node name. And here I have the Tavily node. So this is the name that you want to copy, this section. You copy it and you put it right here, and you say, I understand, and then you install. Then after you do, it will be available in here. And once you install it, you can go back and create a new workflow. And here I will say Tavily. All right. So what I'm going to do is I have my first step, which is the trigger step. I usually, when I want to test stuff, I start with a manual trigger, because this is, you cannot activate it, and it's only activated within the actual workflow. So what I want to do is I want to search for Tavily. There you go. This is the one. And as you can see here, it has this one, this icon. That means that this is a community node. So what I'll do is I have two actions. So it's an extract or search, but both of them are part of the same node. So once I have the Tavily here, the node, I can click on it and I can search between extract and search. But I think most people use the search one. So what you want is to put the query, but first you need to set up your account. So you need to create a new credential, get the API key. And the API key, once you go to the Tavily website, you create an account, and here in this section below, you will find your API key here. You can copy it, get back to here, and put it here, the API key, and then you'll be good to go. So we're going to do an operation of query. So what we want to search for is, for example, N8N workflows, for example. Okay, so the power of Tavily here is not just the query, but the options that you get. Here you get so many options. So you get to choose how many results that you want. Let's say I want 5. You get to say, what is the topic? Is it general? Is it not? You get to see the time range. So anytime, or do you want it to be recent? Let's say I want it in the past month. So, and then you get to choose include images, include domains, and all of these things. Okay. So once you specify all of these options here you also have search depth, which we said. So basic, advanced, comprehensive, or basic. Anyways, just play with those settings, and once you do, you can test this step. Here we go. We have, please check your parameters. Inval must be day, week, month, year. So the time range is the problem. Okay, so let's say anytime and test again. Okay, maybe we need to let's copy a month, and let's do an expression, and let's say month, and let's test. I think this will solve the situation. Okay, Now that it's solved, let's see, we have this. So the results we have, so we have result this one, and we have result one, and we said we want 5, so we got, I think, yeah, we got 4. So here we got the title, the URL, the content here, there you go, the score, we have all of these things that we want. So how awesome is that? Just using the Tavily community node to basically get all the results that we want. What if we say we want 10, and let's say we want make.com workflows, and let's say remove the time range, and let's search again. It will do its magic, and then here we have more results. Yeah, so we have 9 results. So it usually uses, if you want 10, you should put 11. You'll get 10 results. But here you go. We have all of these links for us to inspect and to include in our workflow. For example, if you're doing an automated blog site that scrapes the top results, and this is updated, and this is the power of Tavily, is that it gets you updated. So this is updated content, as if you were searching for this query. It gets you all the new information and the new search results. All right, so Tavily, it's quite an interesting node. A lot of people use it in their AI agents. It's very good for research, especially if you're doing blog posts or if you want to hook it to an AI agent that does research for you. Tavily is a great option. Of course, so to recap, Tavily is found in the settings menu here. You go to community nodes and you install it, and it's also now available on the cloud. They updated that, I think, a couple of days ago. So after you install it, you can now find it in here, and then you can start incorporating it. And here you can also search for other community nodes that are very, very useful. So first, what I want to do is I want to talk about this N8N globals. So this node is a pretty cool node, to be honest. And you can see here it's gaining a lot of popularity. So this node actually allows you to create global constants, so that something like global variables. So those are variables that you can access from all of your workflows. So imagine if there's a constant, or is it a variable, or whatever, a code, something that you want to keep accessing throughout all of your workflows, not just one, and you want a place to put that code, the global constant node is very useful to that. So first, we're going to go to the community. So this can be found in the settings. If you go here and you click these 3 dots and you go to settings, you'll end up in here, and then you go to community node. Then you need to click the word install. In here, you need to go here and grab in this name. So it has to start with N8N nodes and then the name. After you do that, you put it here and you check that box and you say install. I have that already installed, and it's here, as you can see. So I'm going to go here, and this is a new workflow. This is the first step. So this is the trigger step that starts the automation. All automation starts with the trigger step, whether it's manual, on schedule, or webhook. So let's start. Click on this, and I want to do the manual one because we're testing here. The manual one doesn't get activated. It's only activated with a button, this one or this one. So let me search for my node. Any community node will have this cube next to it. So I'm gonna choose this one. And what I want to do is I want to create a new credential. So once I have that, we can see this one. So here it says use name, value, format, separate multiple constant with a new line. Okay. So let's for example name this let's say Apify API. Let's do a random number here. Okay, so I have this code and I have this, and I want to be able to access this variable across all of my workflows. So I hit save. Let me add another one, for example, just for the sake of explaining. Let's see, Tavily API. Put a number here. First name. Okay, just a series of variables. So I click save. I separate them with a new line. So now I have this here. So it's now there. I can test this step, so I can put all constant in one key, and then the name that key. So if I hit test, there you go. So I have my constant. It puts everything in one container called constants, and it then lists all the. So imagine this is as an object, and all of these are inside of it. If I turn this off and I hit test, then it gives me everyone. As you can see here, everyone has, it's not in a one container, it's everyone is separated. Okay. So now if I want to access this later on, for example, edit fields, I have an excellent video about edit fields. Just make sure to check that out. So I can access this global constant by dragging this one here. As you can see, it's an object and has everything inside. So if I click dot, then I can choose what do I want. Okay, so if I go to this one, it gives me that one. All right. Now this is all awesome, but up until now, this is just a normal node, like the edit field nodes, but the power is here. If I go and create a new workflow, let me refresh. Let me save, refresh. Okay, so this is a new workflow. Now, let's start with a manual one as usual. And let's say I want to access all the constants that I had in the other video. I'll bring my node and I choose the account that I want. And then here, if I go to edit fields, execute previous nodes, there you go. I can have that now here. Now, see the power of the constant? So this global constant is now available in whatever workflow that I want. I can always, in whatever branch I want, in whatever part of the workflow that I have, whenever I want that code, I just need to drop in this node and bam, I have everything I need inside of it. So here you can build as much as you want. You can add to this, or you can create a new one. Okay, if you want to rename those, if you are let's name these, for example, API keys. Now you can have another one where you name it to another one, and then name it to another, for example, usernames, for example, contacts, anything you want. Then you can drop in the global constants node and then choose from whatever credential that you want, and it will pull everything you want. So imagine this as a group of variables, group of information that you need, that you can access whenever you want. Once you set it once, you can access it in whatever workflows, in whatever branch, in whatever. These will always be available for you. I think this is a pretty useful one. I would encourage you to start using it in your workflows. First of all, what you need to do is go over to ElevenLabs.io and log in to sign up to an account. They'll give you free credits to start with, and then you will need to head over to the API keys here, and then copy your API key. Here, you copy that API key and go over to N8N. Now in N8N, you have to go to settings, and settings can be found in here, 3 dots and then settings. And inside here, you will see community nodes and you will need to install. So you'll need to go to this website, npmjs.com, which has all of the community nodes. Just copy this section. It usually starts with N8N and then N8N nodes and then the name of the node. Copy this one. Go back to here, paste this here, and then say, I understand, and then install. Once it's installed, you can see it here. And then once it's installed, you can go over and you will find it once you start adding your nodes. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm now in a fresh new N8N install. So what first I'm going to do, as always, is name ElevenLabs so that I don't forget. Then this is the first node, which is the trigger node, which is what trigger means is that it starts your automation, the first step in your automation. For demonstration purposes, I will use the trigger manual. So this only it doesn't get activated on schedule. You only need to press the button for it to start, which is great for testing purposes. So let's search for ElevenLabs. And as you can see, there's 2 nodes, one with this cube, and one without the cube. So the cube one is the one from community, and this one apparently is the official. I didn't get any good results with the official, to be honest. I got good results with the ElevenLabs community node. So I'm going to click on this, and then you will see there's a lot of things we can do. There are several sections. So there's the speech section, which generates speech from text, which is the most commonly used one. So you'll give it text and you'll choose who you want the text to be spoken by, and then you will have an audio. And there's the speech from speech. Here you get to change the voice. You'll give it your own voice, for example, and you say, I want it in another voice. And then there's the voice action, list voices. It gives you all the list of voices that are available for you to use. You can generate a new voice. You can create voice from generated ID. So if you have a voice already, you can choose the voice ID and then create a voice based on that. So you can clone a voice, get voice details, and then delete a voice. There's also the history action. This gives you all the history actions that you've done, creating voices, creating the text from speech and everything. You can delete history item as well. And there's user information, which gets the user info and type of subscription you have. So I guess the speech action and the voice actions are the most used ones. With the speech actions are the most used one. Now all of these can be found here inside of ElevenLabs. So you can see here text to speech. Here you can type your text and choose who you want the voice to be. Okay, so there's the default.
As we are liberated from our own fear.
So you give you a preview for every voice there.
صوتي للشعر والكتب صوتي
So there's a lot of languages as well.
Life without love is like without love is like a tree.
Then you type your text here, and then you can have these voices talk whatever you want. Okay, there's the voice changer, which is an awesome thing as well. So you upload your own voice, your own audio, and then you choose who you want the person to say, to turn your voice into whatever voice you want to have. There's also multilingual, so you can have it in different languages as well. There's also sound effects, and there's this voice thing where you can create or clone a voice. So if you have your own voice and you want to generate more videos of your own voice or something like that, you can upload your own voice here and then use that for any purposes that you want to create for the future, or you can create voices based on other people. Okay, so let's go back to N8N. I'm going to generate speech from text, which is one of the most useful ones. So here you need to add your account. You just need to put your API key and hit save. It's pretty easy and straightforward. So in the resource, we're in the speech. These are the several sections that we saw before. So we're now doing text to speech. And then here you can type your own text. For example, the famous word that I start with every video. And then here you can choose the voices that you want. Here you have a list of all the voices, right? And then you can either from the list, or you can even put the ID. If you have your own voice or a voice that you've trained, you can put the ID in here. Okay, so let's go with Bill. And then the additional fields are also quite interesting. There's a lot of things that you can choose from. You can choose what output you want. You can choose the model name or ID. You can choose the file name. You can choose the style. You can choose. You have a lot of things here to choose from. Okay, let's go with the basic one feature now, and let's just hit test and see what we have. So we're waiting for this to execute, and here we go. We have something. I'm going to download it, and I'm going to play it.
Hey everyone, welcome to another lesson.
All right. So we have the voice, which is great. So the item here is a download item, is a data item. So you can use it further along in your workflow. Okay. Now, if you want to see, let's duplicate this one. Let's see. I want to go to the voice actions, and I want to list all the voices. And then let's just wire this up. Okay. So let's test this step. And here you go. So if I go to the table, then I'll get the voice ID of each one. So this is the ID that I told you before where to put it. So this is the ID. And it gives you the name, the accent, the age, the gender, and the high quality base model IDs. Okay, so there's 2 pages in here you can choose from. These are pre-made, okay? If you created your own voice, if you trained your own voice, you'll find it here in the section where you can get your voice ID as well from here. All right. So I think that's mostly it for ElevenLabs. The community node is a great node. I think I use it more than the official node. The official node gives me issues. So if you guys want to use this, I will include the link for this one so you can have the name, so you can install it, and you can incorporate this, for example, in your AI agents if you want to turn, for example, if the OpenAI, for example, ChatGPT gives you back text, and you want to make and you want to turn that text into a voice, so that you have a voice agent. Then every text you get from OpenAI, you can run it through the the ElevenLabs node here, especially in this section, text to speech. You can run it through this one, and you have the text here as whatever ChatGPT gives you, and then it will make the audio for it. Webhooks are extremely important, and probably the node that I use in almost all of my workflows. Webhooks is a way, if you guys don't know, Webhooks is a way to trigger or to send information to your N8N. So it's an external way to access your automations, to start them up, to send information, to send data to N8N. Now, I have another video about N8N on my YouTube channel. Check that out if you want to know more about webhooks. But today I want to discuss another side of webhooks, which is the security side of it. It's very important to secure your webhooks. The reason why is if you create a workflow that is triggered by a webhook, and that webhook is known, the URL of that webhook is known, then anyone can trigger this workflow. And imagine if you have a workflow with a lot of nodes, like for example, this workflow, imagine that it starts with a webhook, and then everyone can trigger this webhook, and it has a lot of AI agents, a lot of APIs, a lot of things running, and each one of this workflow might cost you like a couple of cents or something, or maybe half $1 or something. Now imagine if someone can trigger it 1,000,000 times or more programmatically. So it will be a really big headache and a really burden for you, okay? So in order to secure our webhooks, so let's first, this trigger, let's create a webhook. So create a webhook. Once you create a webhook, it gives you two URL, one test and one production. So the test URL works within here, right? And the production URL is once you activate this workflow. All right. So if we take this test webhook and we know this is the address, so if anyone knows this address, and if it's production, so if it is activated and everybody knows the production URL of it, then everyone can trigger it. I'm going to show you. So this is the test. I'm going to take the test. I'm going to execute. What it will tell me that it's waiting for you to call the webhook. So if I go to a new page and I enter this, so just entering the webhook in the URL gives me message workflow was started. So I was able to start, and you can see here, protect their APIs from bots, from people misusing that. So yeah, and a lot of APIs, if you remember, they have this bearer/API key and this authorization and everything. If you go through my video about HTTP request, you will know more about how those work. So let us now protect our own webhook. In order to do that, you can just select what type of authentication you want to use. Okay, so I'm going to go with header auth, and then I'm going to create a new one. I'm going to call it webhook for now, 01. Then I'm going to name it authorization. Okay, then you can say whatever you want here. I'm going to say bearer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and I'm going to save. So now that this has, we've added this, let's see if we can access this from the URL first. So I'm going to paste this and go. See, as you can see here, I'm not able to access it. It tells me authorization data is wrong, and it's still listening, right? And I'm not able to trigger this because I'm not authorized. And if I go to here to Postman and I do it again and I send, tells me authorization data is wrong, so I cannot access it. But I can add headers to this. So for example, let's add a header. Let's add authorization, and then for the value, let's put bearer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then let's send. There you go. The workflow started. So once I put the authorization that I've installed inside of N8N, I'm able now to access my webhook. I'm able to trigger this webhook. Only me. Why? Because I'm the only one that knows what is the authentication, how the authentication is made, and what is the key of that authentication. No one can be able to access this unless they have the authorization method and the key of that. So this secures my workflow a lot. Even people, if they have the URL, if they have the webhook, they cannot access it. They can try to request it, but as you can see here, it will tell them authorization data is wrong, and it will not do anything to my workflow. It will not activate it, and it will not do anything about it. Okay, this secures all of my workflows and all of my webhooks from people trying to take advantage, stealing the webhook or triggering it millions of times through code. And this will make all of my workflows that utilizes webhooks secure. And I've seen a lot of people that share webhooks and everything, and they forget that webhooks is a doorway to your automations and to your APIs. And if you don't secure that door well, everybody can access that door, right? So we need to put a lock on it. We need to make an authorization for it so that no one can access that. All right. So I just wanted to go over quickly this concept so people can start securing their webhooks, securing how they trigger their workflows and automation. I'm going to create a workflow with you guys now, step by step, and I'm going to explain what polling is so you can easily use that in any workflow that you create. So let's start. I'm in N8N right now. So the first thing I'm going to do is with polling, meaning we will, of course, call up an HTTP request. So we will need to grab an HTTP request. In order for me not to create something from scratch, I'm going to go to my HTTP request library. As you can see here, it's a library of more than, I think, 35 plus HTTP requests, all configured, all easy for you to just grab, copy, and paste. And this is what we're going to do now. I'm going to grab this key HTTP request. So I want the request and the status. Okay, I'm going to copy these. I'm going to go to my workflow. So the trigger is the first step in any workflow, in any automation. It's the step that starts the automation. Now, the trigger could be schedulable, could be manual, or could be by an external factor, so, for example, webhooks. But for our case, I'm going to start with a manual one. And the manual one, which means that it can only be activated using this button and this button. You cannot go ahead and activate it here because it is just manual. You need to press it for it to work. Okay, so now that we have our trigger here and we can test it, I'm gonna Control V and paste the nodes that I took from the library. By the way, this library, you can find it inside of my community. It's available for you to download and you can just build workflows and agents very, very easily. So I got the two requests that I wanted. Okay. So the first one is the submit request. So in case you don't know what key is an API that accesses lots of video models and image models. In our case, we're going to use, of course, Video 3. So key has access to that. So I'm going to connect it to the manual trigger here. So here you can see it's already set up with everything, with the endpoint. Of course, you're going to need to put in your header and your authentication. For example, here it's authorization and API key. You would get that from key, of course. And then it has everything set up here. You only need to change the prompt. And to do that, I generated a prompt here. So I'm going to copy this from ChatGPT and go back here. And I'm going to paste the prompt here. We're going to use VO3 Fast, which is a cheaper version of VO3. If you want the full optimized, polished one, you just remove Fast. So I have that set up. So this triggers and sends the request in here. And this is where polling comes in. So after we send the request, and I'm going to send it and just test sending it here. So I'm going to test workflow. So there you go. So as you can see, it sent the request and it gave us a success. And this is the task ID. Now, if we were to download if we were to try to get the files instantly, it will not work because it's going to take time for it to create the video itself. And this is why we need polling. So here I have another node here, which is called status, which basically checks the status of this. So if I run this now, it will give us back. So it says, okay, so it says success, and let's see, aspect ratio, okay. So if we were to run this again, so we have the success message, so it gave us back. So basically the response is null, so it's still not finished, and this is exactly why we need polling. So polling is basically waiting and checking over and over and over again if something is finished. In order to do that, you need two nodes, an if node and a wait node. So if we go to if, so if you don't know what an if statement is, an if is a conditional, so it means if certain values exist, do this. If they don't, do something else. And this is the condition bit here. So here we want to say if the response is null, if the response is equal to, let's grab this, if it's equal to null, that means it's not finished. So what we can do is, if it's not equal, right? If it's not equal to null, then it's true and continue. But if it is equal to null, then we need to wait. And this is why we do another wait node here, and we'll wait, for example, for 20 seconds, for example. Okay? So now if it's true, it continues. And if it's false, it waits. So after it waits, what will it do again? So here, there's an end here to the automation. And this is why we need to link this back here. So what we're saying, and you can see here, we have this shape of a step shaped here. This is what polling is. So this is exactly what polling is. So we have a node that checks the status, we have an if, and we have a wait. This is a typical polling, okay? And so it goes back. Sorry, it should go back here, yes. So basically, it goes back to and sends the status again. So you have this shape of one status that checks, and then if it is true or false, it will wait and then checks again. It will keep on looping and keep on checking over and over again until the condition is true. And one is true, it will proceed into the other, which is the next step. All right, so now let us check again what happened. So since I submitted the request, I will just pin this just so we don't use it again. So I'm gonna start this again. Okay, so it says, okay, so so what we should now it's finished, but the condition was not true, because what we should check if it exists or not. Okay, so if it does not exist, let's go back again. So if it does not exist, then so basically the condition would be if the response, the object here, so it's an object, right? So it's an object, so we should go to the object if it exists and if it does not exist. So if it exists, then it's true. If this exists, then it's true. If it does not exist, then it's false. So let us start this over again, and you can see it's now true because the response object is true. If we go back here, the response object is true, and we have the resulting URL here that we can check. But we can do another node. I think there's another node, which is the get video here. So this is just a simple HTTP request here. So we can put that here. Okay, so let's run this again. As you can see here, it gets the video. You can see here. All right, looks awesome. So let's test this again with another, because now we have the polling finished here. Okay, So let's test this again with another video. So let's do another. Let's unpin this here, and then let's maybe change. Let's change this to a shark, for example, or an octopus. Let's see if this, let's, can you change this instead of a whale to an octopus? Okay. So here it will change it because there might be other instances of the word, and I don't want to mess up the prompt. So here we change the prompt, and let's save. And then let's start this again and see how this goes. So as you can see, it went here, it's false. It is waiting 20 seconds. And this is exactly what polling is. So it checks the status first. And then there's a condition, there's if. Now, the condition is different between each API. So this condition checks for an object. Other conditions will check for if the status is finished or succeeded or if it's done. So it depends on the API. So you need to go to the API documentation and check the status API thing and check the parameters of it. What message does it gives you? Sometimes the existence of something means it's finished, and if this doesn't exist means it's not. And sometimes there's a message like succeeded, finished, and sometimes there's a percentage, 100%, 90%, 80%. So it depends on each API. But the whole concept of polling is the same. First, we need to send the request, then check the status, and with the status is the first item inside of the process of polling. Then once we check the status, we have an if, and that if checks if there's certain things inside, certain parameters exist or not. If it's true, then it's finished. If it doesn't, then it goes to a wait node and then loops back to the status. Okay, and this step approach is what looping is. Okay, looping is very important because lots of APIs, as you can see now, it's finished. It took 5 rounds. So it's a good idea now that you know it took 5 rounds to multiply this by 5 to not have these happen more frequently, to have 1 or 2. But we have our video here. There you go. This is really cool, by the way. This is really nice. Anyways, so this is the process of polling. I'm going to call this polling. This is something you will inevitably use in your workflow, in your AI automations. So just grasping that concept is very important for you guys to be quicker and faster and more efficient. Thank you for watching this full course. I hope you enjoyed it and see you in the next video.